Although national air quality has improved dramatically over the last 20 years, challenges remain in protecting public health and the environment. In many areas of the country, people continue to suffer from respiratory and other health problems directly related to air pollution. Recent data show that nearly 160 million people live in non-attainment areas for ground-level ozone, also called smog, which is formed by nitrogen oxides or NOx and other pollutants. Close to 90 million people live in areas that violate air quality standards for particulate matter or small airborne particles. These air pollution problems are manifested by increases in premature mortality, increased asthma-related emergency room visits, increased risk for heart attacks, strokes, and numerous other health impacts, as well as millions of lost school and work days. One of the largest sources of air pollution is diesel exhaust. The construction industry is an important sector of the U.S. economy, employing more than 7 million people, with recent construction projects totaling over $1 trillion, or nearly 9% of gross domestic product. More than 2 million pieces of diesel construction equipment are used throughout the nation every day, generating almost 40% of land-based particulate matter emissions, commonly referred to as soot, and more than 30% of all land-based non-road emissions of nitrogen oxides, which are a major component of smog. In addition, diesel engines also emit numerous other toxic air pollutants. Along with mobile equipment such as bulldozers, cranes, excavators, and loaders, construction sites depend on stationary diesel engine equipment in a variety of applications. Diesel generators provide electrical power, while diesel compressors and pumps perform many other important construction tasks. Diesel engines can operate for decades. There are millions of diesel engines already in use that do not meet EPA's cleanest engine standards. These engines will continue to emit large amounts of nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. Fortunately, there are various products and technologies being employed throughout the industry to address emissions reduction, including ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel, more efficient diesel engines, diesel oxidation catalysts, and diesel particulate filters. By reducing emissions from both mobile and stationary diesel engines, the construction industry has the opportunity to address the problem of air pollution and help provide a cleaner, safer environment. One of the most significant construction projects in the United States today is doing just that. The Federal Transit Administration's Lower Manhattan Recovery Office, working with the area's transportation agencies like the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority, is helping to rebuild the vital transportation infrastructure of this great city.
Good morning and welcome to New York. I'm Ramesh Raman and I'm with MTA Capital Construction. I'm responsible for the clean diesel exhaust emission program on construction equipment. Small space, a lot of construction equipment, a lot of people walking around construction equipment, no diesel smell and no black soup. You get the idea. That's what the program's all about.
New York's Lower Manhattan is a center of international finance and an American icon. Covering some 1.25 square miles, this area has over 108 million square feet of office space. More than 385,000 people are employed here, and 85% of them arrive daily by public transit.
People are sometimes surprised that people do live in the financial district. A building might have retail at the street level, but above it could be a co-op with many families with many kids. There are over 30,000 people that live down and around this key financial center. And there's a lot of tourists. It's very, very crowded. It's very, very dense. So therefore, when there are construction projects in an already congested neighborhood, a lot of work has to be done to minimize the impact on the people that live and work here.
Using clean diesel technologies to lead the way towards cleaner air, both the Day Street and South Ferry sites are complicated and challenging urban construction projects. As part of the Fulton Street Transit Center project, construction at Day Street will create an underground pedestrian walkway, connecting the PATH train terminal to the Fulton Street Transit Center, providing a gateway to subway lines across Manhattan and beyond. The South Ferry project will construct a new underground corridor, rerouting several subway lines, as well as establishing a new station at Battery Park and the Staten Island Ferry Terminal. Subcontract values from $3 million and up have brought more than 10 subcontractors with non-road construction equipment to the project, including 2 major retrofit suppliers and a fuel supplier wet hosing equipment on the site. Over 100 machines with Tier 2 engines ranging from 50 to 500 horsepower that meet some of EPA's most stringent standards. Over 100 diesel particulate filters were installed. Over 350,000 gallons of ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel have been used.
Air quality, noise, dust become an issue, and they become significant when a community surrounds the project site in such large gatherings.
I've been in the business 23 years, various different positions. This is the first project I've been involved with where we've had such strict diesel emissions requirements.
Our contract specifications asked for 3 simple things: Tier 2 engines with diesel particulate filter using ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel. We had some challenges in accomplishing these project specifications when it hit the contractor's desk.
When we first started, it was very difficult and frustrating because quite a few of the manufacturers didn't quite have what was required. Some of them were a little bit behind. Some of them were on top of it. And we also had quite a few subs who we had to bring along with this process. So initially it was difficult and frustrating, but as we worked through it, we got the hang of it pretty well. And as time goes on and more jobs come out, it'll just be the norm.
Ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel has a reduction in sulfur content from roughly 3,000 parts per million for current non-road diesel to 15 parts per million. This fuel improvement will create immediate and significant environmental and public health benefits, reducing particulate matter and nitrogen oxides, as well as other toxic air pollutants. And it will enable the use of new, highly efficient emission control technology on non-road, off-highway engines. As of October 2006, ultra-low sulfur diesel became the fuel standard for the highway sector, available nationwide.
The mitigation measures that we designed into the program started off with ultra-low sulfur diesel as the first element. It typically would reduce the particulate matter by about 10 to 15%. So that was the first thing that was put in place. The infrastructure was typically available. There were some doubts and some concerns about the ability to deliver it at a project site of this magnitude and service all the pieces of equipment. Tracking was a nightmare and an administrative nightmare initially because of a number of different suppliers. This was overcome by the general contractor single sourcing it and the fuel supplier barcoding all pieces of equipment. This resolved all administrative issues and we got a clean, neat, single report once a month which answered everybody's needs. Second thing that we examined was the engine itself that would arrive with the equipment. EPA had put out a tier rating on engines that measured PM at the time the engine was manufactured. It just so happened Tier 2 engines were arriving into the marketplace from the manufacturers. Tier 2 engines inherently are 60+% better in particulate matter. Starting with a cleaner engine made a lot of sense.
Non-road diesel engines are rated by a tier-level system, indicating emission standards. Prior to 1996, there were no emission standards for non-road diesel engines. From 1996 through 2006, increasingly more stringent Tier 1 and Tier 2 standards were phased in. Tier 3 and Tier 4 engine standards will bring even greater reduction in particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and toxic air pollutants, promoting better public health and a cleaner environment.
The engine technology has been changing at a breakneck pace. Caterpillar's been adding electronic sensors, they're adding computers and electronically controlled fuel injection systems to help pull the emissions down to EPA federal levels. But in this area, due to the attainment, a non-attainment zone, that the city has such a high construction density, they want to take that emissions control for, one step or several steps further.
Construction equipment can be expensive, and companies make a significant investment in either buying or renting different pieces of diesel equipment to complete projects. Properly maintained, the equipment can have a long operational life, often lasting more than 25 to 30 years. Of the 2 million pieces of construction equipment operating daily in the U.S., approximately 30% are older diesel engines with no emission controls. These legacy machines can be repowered with a new, more efficient engine and advanced engine controls to significantly reduce both particulate matter and nitrogen oxide emissions at a cost much lower than the purchase of a piece of new equipment. Across the country, equipment manufacturers and suppliers have been repowering a wide variety of construction equipment. For one supplier in Houston, Texas, repowering has become a standard procedure.
Repowering an older machine with a Tier 1 engine or with a newer engine adds life to the machine. And along with maybe some component rebuilds, they can get a second, even a third life out of a machine that they may spend $250,000, $350,000 to replace. They get it for a fraction of the cost to do this, and some of the machines may be as old as 20 years old. The better technology of today's electronically controlled engines can just outperform the old mechanically controlled engines and mechanical fuel systems in them. It's been a good experience for us. We feel like we've benefited from it, and we feel good about the fact that with this one customer that we're doing for Williams Brothers, estimated over the lifespan of those machines, will reduce emissions released into the atmosphere by at least 500 tons. So we're very happy about that and pleased to be a part of it.
The third challenge was trying to get beyond the Tier 2 60% and put a filter on the machine itself. The fears were that we hadn't tried this before. In fact, nobody else had. There were studies done under very controlled conditions, but this was not a controlled condition. This was open market, open construction. The manufacturer of the retrofit, would he be able to supply the quantities needed was a big issue. And one of the other fears was it should not come in the way of a schedule. The construction schedule shouldn't get penalized because of having to have an equipment outfitted with a diesel particulate filter. So these were all concerns, legitimate, and yet we had to look at a diesel particulate filter which would reduce particulate matter by greater than 90%.
One of the benefits, we were able to basically get this program started from the ground up. Between the Schiavone job we worked on with the MTA to Day Street, we were basically building this program as we went along. The MTA was instrumental in basically going back to the manufacturers, researching the information that we needed to help make ourselves and the DPFs compatible for our rigs. So it's been a building process that we've gone through, and we've basically laid the groundwork for other contractors to follow us, and it had made it a lot easier because we've done a lot of the legwork. And it shows really well how the MTA can work with not only manufacturers but subcontractors and general contractors to make this transition a lot easier.
This process started January of 2005. We were one of the subcontractors that were elected to start this project through the MTA project, through Schiavone Contracting and some of the contractors that were down here. Part of the process of retrofitting is determining what type of off-road equipment they have, and the sizes of the equipment, and the sizes of the engine. An off-road piece of equipment, in some case scenarios, it's so large, can we actually make a filter to fit it? So what we have to do is some engineering before we actually can sell them a filter. Instead of having it like an air filter and changing it in every day. This will last over a course of 1,000 hours before it needs to be cleaned. on an annual basis instead of a daily basis. On this particular site, on a warranty basis, we warranty the product for 2,000 working hours or 2 years. And we started the site in January of 2005. It's almost 2 years. We haven't had one warranty issue on this particular site.
I noticed that it's a lot quieter, a lot cleaner. It's a lot friendlier to the people in the neighborhood, you know, and I don't go home smelling like a diesel truck at the end of the day.
Personally, it's a lot better. You know, when you sit in this machine for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, and you're smelling those fumes all the time, you kind of get a little nauseous and sick at times.
Every piece of equipment, whether it was a generator 50 horsepower or a crane that was 750 horsepower, had a diesel particulate filter put on.
Diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, are a common exhaust aftertreatment technology used to reduce emissions when diesel particulate filters are not an option. At the O'Hare Airport Modernization Program in Chicago, Illinois, DOCs are the emission reduction technology of choice. A DOC can reduce particulate matter by 20 to 40%, reduce hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide by up to 50%, and reduce many toxic air pollutants. DOCs are often selected because they may be used with a variety of fuels. However, the greatest levels of reduction are achieved by using DOCs with ultra-low sulfur diesel fuels. There are a number of different DOCs available and verified by the EPA and the California Air Resource Board. Typical installation is relatively straightforward, and there is little maintenance required.
As far as retrofitting a vehicle with the diesel oxidation catalyst there, we actually have a cross-reference list that's published for it. So if you know the existing muffler part number that's on the vehicle, all you have to do is look that up, crosses over to its replacement diesel oxidation catalyst filter, and it can be done very easily right across the parts counter. Takes no training to install it, has no adverse effects on the operation, output, fuel economy, anything on the vehicle, and it is truly a direct bolt-on replacement for the muffler.
Retrofit technologies are advancing at a rapid pace. The use of established technologies such as diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, and diesel particulate filters, or DPFs, continues to grow exponentially, while new emerging technologies are steadily improving.
The machine runs, I think, a lot more efficiently, and the greatest thing, especially working down in this area, is with the concerns for the environment. This machine is actually a godsend to actually have this built into the machine.
I think from my operators' notices, they think it's better. I think, you know, environmentally being around the machine is safer and better. In all means, it's better for us as construction people and for the public around.
These new technologies are helping us reduce harmful emissions, and such practices as eliminating unnecessary idling can help to lower emissions while reducing fuel consumption and improving your bottom line.
We're more educated about it now. We know more what we'll be getting into on future projects, as do the suppliers and the manufacturer of the equipment. So I would suspect as time goes on, this is just going to be second nature.
I believe the movement we're seeing to repower older machines with more efficient, cleaner burning engines is here with us. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg that we're seeing right now. I believe that restrictions are going to become more stringent.
As national air quality awareness heightens, we must continue to find ways to make our construction equipment, our practices, and our business choices more environmentally friendly. These affordable, available, clean diesel techniques and practices provide a strategy that can help local, state, and tribal air quality planning organizations meet national air quality standards. They are reducing the adverse health impacts of air pollution and improving the quality of life for everyone.
I feel a lot better when I go home, you know, compared to running the older rigs, you know. So this is clean, and it's lean, and it's mean. That's all I can tell you.
What's so great about these environmental performance commitments or measures that the agencies are working with the community and the people that live and work in the community to make it better. It's not only better for the people that work and live down here, but it's also better for the workers as well. And it's really nice that we've been able to come together to make our community more livable. The South Ferry train station, subway station, is also right there in the middle of Battery Park City. And people, when they want to come to the park, they don't want to be smelling diesel fumes. They want to be looking at the beautiful flowers and smelling the roses.
The New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Lower Manhattan construction projects and the people who work on them demonstrate the will, the determination, and the innovation that defines the American spirit, protecting the quality of air we leave for generations to come. For more information regarding EPA's Clean Diesel program, please contact www.epa.gov/cleandiesel.
Sustainable societies are those that embrace institutions, infrastructure, and lifestyles that meet current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable techniques are gaining popularity throughout the United States with individuals and communities. In 2008, the U.S. Botanic Garden hosted the One Planet Hours exhibit to show examples of functioning green techniques that can be used in homes and businesses that will make our society more sustainable. In addition, many of these techniques can also help improve the health of our nation's waters.
Sustainability is important to American cities because we're really using our resources at a rate far exceeding the ability for the planet to sustain us. We're really just using too much of the planet in order to live sustainably and comfortably for the next generation. One of the key elements of the exhibition is to show that emerging green techniques really can help us manage stormwater runoff in a much more sustainable manner. Some of the types of exhibits we have are rain gardens, green roofs, showcasing rain barrels, and all types of techniques to collect rainwater and reuse it. We've been very lucky to have over 40 partners from across the country to come together to talk to the public about things they can do to be more sustainable. One of the great things that has come out of this exhibition is a memorandum of understanding with the EPA Office of Water, where we're really trying to concentrate on green techniques and bringing those to the forefront of the public's attention and showing them what they can do at home. Our goal is really to mimic the natural water systems. We've done away with that natural water cycle through our construction and development. What we're really trying to do is take the water, slow it down, spread it out, and soak it in.
Green techniques like rain gardens allow water to soak into the ground and be absorbed by plants, instead of going into the storm sewer and having our downstream water resources polluted.
Rain gardens are very easy tools for soaking up and absorbing rainwater on site.
Rain gardens catch runoff from rooftop downspouts, driveways, and other hard surfaces. They retain the water rather than just letting it run off site.
By spreading that water out, slowing it down, and holding it for just a short while, we're letting it soak back in and replicating the natural processes. And they can be any size, they don't have to be huge. The first step in a rain garden is to check your soil drainage. Ideally, the perfect situation is to have about an inch of drainage per hour. We then will make a shallow depression. We'll take the soils that are in that depression and we will use them, we will mix the compost and pine bark in those, just organic material, so that we've got well-prepared, rich, humus soil for the plants.
Mixing in compost and other organic materials is critical to provide food for the plants and to improve the soil texture so that the water can soak in better.
We chose the plants in this garden with a number of objectives in mind. We wanted flowers, we wanted textures, we wanted color, we wanted plants that are going to grow easily without a lot of care. We're also picking plants for specific environments. The question of irrigation is a big issue now. So in this garden, we selected plants that were going to be happy with the amount of water that we gave them. Now, if you combine that technique with other techniques like using rain barrels so that you're capturing water so that you can use it later in your garden, you can dramatically reduce the amount of water that's coming off of your property and do an awful lot to benefit the environment.
Not only do rain gardens help absorb stormwater, but they provide habitat for wildlife and improve the aesthetic value of homes and businesses. More than one green technique can be used to create a more effective multi-layered approach. Green roofs can be used with rain gardens to protect water quality by capturing and slowing down rooftop runoff. Green roofs also help cool our planet.
The benefits of a green roof are numerous. The reduction of a building's energy needs, especially for air conditioning, increase in habitat, so reducing a footprint of a building, also reduction of pollutants from the stormwater. But some of the things are benefits that often are overlooked, and one of those is the improvement in longevity of a roof. So if you take a day like today, here we are with the ambient temperature about 70 degrees, partly cloudy, and the temperature on the average roof is over 160 degrees. And as a result, those materials that are used, the traditional asphalt shingle, that material is expanding during the day, and when it cools down at night, that temperature is reducing. And so you have this expansion contraction combined with the UV of the sun, and that's why a 30-year shingle never lasts 30 years. By putting in a green roof, that actually prolongs the life. One of the main benefits to having a green roof is its potential to reduce the amount of stormwater runoff. In fact, many of our studies will show that during the summer in the Northeast, we can trap 100% of the stormwater runoff. Those benefits can continue throughout a calendar year, and so we find that overall, over 55% of the stormwater runoff can be trapped by a green roof. It also is trapping many of the pollutants that come with stormwater runoff. The plants, and more importantly, the natural bacteria that are within the media, will actually use that as a food resource. One of the questions we often receive is, what type of buildings are best suited for green roofs? Really, it's wide open, from residential to commercial to industrial applications.
Rain barrels are an easy do-it-yourself green technique that collects rooftop runoff into a barrel. The tap and hose at the bottom of the barrel allow easy access to the water so that it can be used later to water your plants.
Well, here you see at the EPA Greenscapes exhibit, they've got their rain barrel attached to the downspout and the gutter. This collects the water during a rainstorm, stores it or slows it down so that it can be used later to water the garden in a dry spell. Typically you want to keep it accessible, and you may just want to plant around it, as in this case, and allow the foliage of the plants to hide it. They're pretty widely available. You can look on the internet to find a local source. A lot of municipalities have them available for residents. You can also find them at do-it-yourself stores, hardware stores, and most garden centers carry them.
Rain barrels are a very easy way for homeowners to save money on water bills, conserve water, and help protect the environment. Cisterns are very similar to rain barrels, but on a much larger scale. A cistern is a large storage tank designed to capture stormwater runoff from a building so that it can be later used for irrigation or other purposes. This cistern at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's headquarters building in Washington, D.C. can hold up to 6,000 gallons. In this case, the collected water is used for landscape watering. Installing green techniques at your home or business can help make our planet more sustainable by reducing the impacts associated with stormwater runoff. You can make a difference.
These techniques that we've been talking about enable anyone to do something to make their community more sustainable, to protect the water resources, to address some of the larger pollution issues that we have, to protect our waterways. These really are a beautiful solution to water pollution.
To learn more about how you can incorporate these green techniques, visit the websites of both the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Botanic Garden.
The Empower Hour, the most informative environmental news hour on planet Earth. Get the tools you need to make a clean, green difference. It all starts with putting the brakes on water pollution.
I'm Chris Jackson.
And I'm Will Sanders. The Empower Hour is now. Empower Hour senior correspondent Kate Campbell continues her investigation into mysterious spots on pavement and even rainbows appearing in lots across Tennessee. Chris, with the help of an automotive expert, Kate sheds new light on what turns out to be an old problem.
We're going live to Kate for the story. Are you there, Kate?
Under here.
Are you okay, Kate? Hello?
Yes, Chris, I'm fine. I was directed down here to find the source of the spotted pavements and parking lot rainbows we've been seeing around town. You've heard the ancient saying the best place to find a leak is to look where it's leaking.
No, actually that's the first time I've heard that.
It's true. Ever notice the black stains in your driveway or green ooze in your garage? How about the red ooze you leave in the parking lot? And when it rains, how all these come together to create a rainbow? Yes? Well, pay attention out there because your car just might be the source if it's leaking fluids. If you find a puddle of red stuff and you're sitting in a restaurant, chances are it's probably ketchup. But if the puddle's outdoors and under your car, it's most likely a transmission fluid leak. To demonstrate all of this, I had wanted to put these fluids on the garage floor, but Barry, our automotive expert, pointed out that any leak, no matter the reason or size, can cause water pollution. So use your imagination as we explain this while keeping the fluids in the test tubes. So to continue, if you find an oily green or yellow liquid in your driveway, chances are it's from your radiator. That green liquid is coolant and poisonous to the environment as well as pets. If you see a puddle that is oily and black, chances are it's an oil leak. Oil is used to lubricate your engine so it runs smoothly. Oil leaks can occur in many places for a number of reasons: a worn gasket or plug, or even an inexperienced mechanic. An easy way to deal with an oil leak is to use an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry to soak up the oil. Whenever you see fluids on the ground or pavement under your vehicle, take it to a professional mechanic who can help you identify and fix the leak. Otherwise, the problem will get worse, and you could even be left without wheels.
Great job of giving a shop class, Kate. But aren't we doing a show about the environment?
Oh, I almost forgot that part. Whatever leaks from your car gets washed by the rain into the storm drain, which in turn takes the water directly into our rivers and streams. When you think about the hundreds of thousands of cars and trucks that are leaking, you can see just how one leaking car can add up to a really big water pollution problem. Rainbows are beautiful in the sky, but ugly, slimy, and sketchy on the parking lot. And one final note, Chris. While I've been focusing on cars and trucks, our viewers need to understand that leaking fluid from boats, motorcycles, ATVs, and even lawnmowers can contribute to our water pollution problems. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Kate.
Kate solved the mystery and enlightened us all. We'll be back with a special report right after this empowering message.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next. And walking is also very comfortable. Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative.
And we're back.
Chris, to help us understand why taking care of a leaking vehicle and recycling used motor oil is so important, let's go to Tennessee's expert on pollution, the catfish.
Hi, Chris. Hello, everyone out there. I'm Mandy Madison.
Wait a minute, Mandy. The script says you're supposed to be playing the role of the catfish.
Chris, I'm way too cute to be a catfish. I'm doing this as a sunfish. Anyway, taking care of leaky vehicles and recycling have a greater impact on our lives than most people know. Did you know that in fact recycling oil is not only good for the environment, but also good for the economy?
Really? How's that?
Absolutely. Recycling used oil can save consumers money, and used oil can be re-refined and purified into high-quality motor oil, thereby conserving natural resources and reducing greenhouse gases. So when buying engine oil, ask for re-refined motor oil. Buying recycled products is an important step in recycling.
So, what exactly do you mean, re-refined?
I mean, new oil or crude oil is oil that has never been used and must go through a refining process in order to become useful. This oil never wears out. It just gets dirty. When used oil is re-refined, it is cleaned and made into usable oil once more.
I see. So why are the leaks so bad for the environment if they come directly from our natural resources in the first place?
Great question, Chris. Oil that has leaked from your vehicle, recreational vehicle, or lawnmower is eventually washed with rainwater down into storm drains and ends up in our rivers, lakes, and streams, causing major problems. Oil sheen creates a barrier on the water's surface that prevents aquatic animals from being able to breathe. Check this out.
It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car.
What happened there?
That shows how your one leak may seem small, but your leak really adds up with all the others to create a big problem.
So, it sounds like there are a lot of good reasons to check your engine fluids, look for leaks, and recycle.
You bet your gills there are. Plus, it's against the law to improperly dispose of used motor oil.
Is there a place that our audience can go to learn more about the effects of motor fluids and recycling?
Oh yes, plenty of sources. They can log on to www.tdec.net or they can call the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation.
Great. Thank you for being so immersed in the subject.
That's lame, dude.
She's right, Chris. As we go to the break, here's something to think about. It takes 42 gallons of crude oil, but only 1 gallon of used oil to produce 2.5 quarts of new, high-quality lubricating oil. It takes only 1 gallon of used oil to contaminate 1 million gallons of drinking water. Re-refining used oil takes only about 1/3 the energy of refining crude oil to lubricant quality. Tennessee's do-it-yourselfers, people who change their own oil and work on their cars themselves, generate more than 1 million gallons of used motor oil each year.
You're looking at real heroes. Heroes in the fight against stormwater pollution. Pollution that endangers thousands of miles of rivers and streams in Tennessee every year. You can be a hero too, by doing the little things that will help keep our rivers and streams running clear and clean. Be a hero. Stop water pollution. Go to TennesseeWaterworks.com to learn how. Water pollution is everyone's problem.
Water quality is an issue that is on the minds of high school students in Tennessee. Carrie Downs has the story.
The majority of students that were surveyed said they are concerned about water pollution, but they aren't sure what actions they can take to control it. The really good news is that most believe they do have the power to make a difference.
You know, once you realize what causes pollution, it's really easy to put a stop to it. I'd never thought before that washing my truck on the pavement was a problem. But the soap suds go down the pavement, into the storm drain, and on to the river. Instead, wash your car on the grass, or better yet, take it to a commercial car wash.
In addition, more and more teenagers are learning about recycling and the proper disposal of automotive fluids and other chemicals.
Don't throw oil cans or stuff like this into the regular garbage. You need to take it to an approved collection center. Your city or county government can tell you about these centers. You can take used motor oil to oil collection centers, including many auto parts stores and places that do oil changes.
For a complete list of used oil collection centers, go to www.tdec.net or call 800-287-9013.
State officials have told the Empower Hour that they are encouraged by young drivers' attitudes and actions. Remember, it is illegal to pour used oil down a drain, pour used oil into a storm sewer, toss used oil on your driveway, street, or the ground, dispose of oil in lakes, streams, or wetlands, spread oil to suppress dust or kill weeds, burn oil outdoors, or mix used oil with other substances.
Every time it rains, all kinds of pollution ends up in our rivers and streams. It all starts in your neighborhood. Don't overdo it. For a healthy lawn, use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Here's a sudsy solution. Use a car wash or wash it on your lawn. Here's a slick suggestion. Fix leaks and clean up spills. If you follow these steps and do your part, you become the solution to water pollution.
With the license and the right to drive, you get freedom, but you also get something else. Next up is a segment on the responsibility that goes with freedom. Our own Brittany McNair has the story.
Emily Alexander is into the things most 16-year-olds want, like freedom, but she also has a different perspective on what comes with that freedom, responsibility.
I've got to be prepared for any possible dangers or problems, and I have to know about maintenance and how to keep my car from being a pollution machine.
While understanding how your car affects the environment may not seem important, more and more teenagers like Emily are taking a greener perspective on car care.
I wanted to know more, so I went online and found out a ton of information about proper motor fluid maintenance and the environment. I learned that taking used oil to a recycling center is free and easy. I understand that washing oil and other automotive fluids into the storm drain could cause major environmental damage. What we put on the ground filters through the soil and grass and goes into our drinking water. We know water pollution is a problem, and the solution starts with us. You, me, all of us. By fixing leaks and drips, regular vehicle maintenance, and recycling used oil, we are making a difference.
Now people like Emily are leading the charge for young drivers to take responsibility for their vehicles and the environment. And it looks like we're putting the brakes on water pollution.
All we have to do is remember these important rules. Check your automotive fluids monthly. Clean up any leaks you might have with an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry. Recycle used oil you change yourself by taking it into a recycling center. And finally, remember that water pollution is not the other guy's problem. It's yours.
Emily's got it. She proves that teens are being responsible. And responsibility goes along with freedom.
And that's all we have for this week's Empower Hour. Be sure to check out www.tdec.net for more information. I'm Will Sanders, along with Chris Jackson, urging you to put the brakes on water pollution. Thanks for watching.
get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad, make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help me with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things, is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where'd I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor is for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this and make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Means to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up, get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad. Better. Good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Faster. Thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it. Just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong. This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of 3, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha, ha, ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law, that anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to 2. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, watch, watch. Never mind. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there!
Okay. Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. And when a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. And I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night, yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the South, or the North, or out West, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. But I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper. One is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polish pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your two pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them as best you can. You tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear them one more time. Hey-ya! You're the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes. Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point her to Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yep. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. No, he can't, Jeff. They're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us, Elroy. Settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita, Elroy. My little babushka, Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir, we're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that just got me! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy. Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I could take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that round. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friends named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Uh-huh. Let me go tell her. No, no. Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap out for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. Well, there's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash and did some fun magic, that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
So you love animals, have always loved animals, right? And you think you might want to devote your whole career life to working with them? It can be extremely rewarding, that's for sure. Can't it? And then again, there are those days. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina. You know, I didn't set out to be an animal ambassador. In fact, that never even entered my mind. Like most people that work with animals, from the time I can remember, I've always loved them. But believe it or not, what really made me decide I wanted to work with them was books. I loved the Tarzan series, and then I read all I could get my hands on about animal intelligence and communication. And Jane Goodall was one of my heroes. Throughout high school, I supported animal rescue organizations, and after I graduated, I attended Moore Park College in Los Angeles. Moore Park's also known as America's Teaching Zoo, and there I studied exotic animal training and management. And this program gave me a really varied background in animal training, care, handling, wildlife education, veterinary skills, and more. During college, I visited SeaWorld and knew that was where I wanted to work. I applied, was hired, and started out training pinnipeds at Sea Lion and Otter Stadium, and eventually worked with all the different animals throughout the entire park. Ultimately, I became SeaWorld of San Diego's curator of animal training, exposing me to every aspect of animal care in a zoological park setting. So how did I get from animal curator to animal ambassador? Well, I think it was definitely destiny. One of my roles at SeaWorld had been media spokesperson for the parks. More and more, conservation was becoming a very personal issue for me, and I became extremely passionate about animal habitat and preservation, as well as working with partners that support conservation. When the animal ambassador job was offered, I readily accepted. It gave me the opportunity to combine everything I loved and believed in. That's my story, but there are lots of others. So get ready to hear about some common and not so common jobs working with animals. Who knows? You might discover your own career path by the end of this program. And in the meantime, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, who has a pretty unusual job himself.
What do you mean, an unusual job? Doesn't everybody get to do what I get to do? Well, no question, I have a pretty cool job as a beluga whale trainer at SeaWorld. You know, working as an animal trainer is one of the most desired jobs at SeaWorld, and quite honestly, it's one of the toughest to get. Now, the competition is fierce, and once you make that first cut, well, the hands-on portion of the interview, it just gets tougher. Before I talk about the challenges of being a SeaWorld animal trainer, let me just say that it's definitely got its rewards. It's all about caring for animals while giving the general public some fun facts and a good time. So, if you're passionate about animals, here's what you need to do in order to qualify for an interview. You must be 18 years of age and scuba certified. You can't be shy about working in front of large groups of people because education and entertainment are a big part of a trainer's responsibility. A background in psychology or animal science is helpful, and strong swimming skills are absolutely essential. Check it out. you need to swim a 220-foot freestyle, 120 feet underwater, surface dive 24 feet, pick up a 5-pound weight and bring it to the surface, all in 72-degree salt water without a wetsuit. That's right, it's bathing suits only. Now you might assume that animal trainers have it easy. Well, let's rethink that. It's not 9 to 5, it's not weekdays only, and it's not just about direct animal contact. And like any job, there are days when everything runs like a top, and there are days where nothing goes right. Good and bad, easy and tough, down and dirty. It's all in a day's work as a SeaWorld animal trainer, but the payoff's definitely worth it. Luckily, if you visit any of the Anheuser-Busch adventure parks and participate in one of our interactive programs, we won't put you through quite a rigorous orientation. Well, as much fun as it is working hands-on with animals at the park, it's just as exciting working with animals in the field. Take a look at what I mean. It's August in Canada, the short time of year for the sweet taste of summer. It's also the best time to spot pods of beluga whales during their seasonal visit. 800 miles north of Winnipeg, the town of Churchill lies beside the Hudson Bay. Beluga whales are plentiful this time of year on their annual migration. They come to the mouth of the Churchill River where the waters are warmer, the fish plentiful, and to raise their calves. It's a perfect opportunity to observe natural behaviors and patterns, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, very little is known about where the beluga whales go or what they do after they leave Churchill. Belugas are curious by nature, and you can see that they like to have fun with the camera as well as the boats. This lack of fear made them an easy target when hunting was allowed until the 1960s. Known as sea canaries, belugas are very vocal, and their audible sounds can be monitored and analyzed as a way of learning more about their communication patterns. There is still much to be learned about beluga whales, but researching their behaviors in their home waters allows us to take this information and incorporate it into our park habitats. When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction. One of our most popular activities at SeaWorld San Antonio is participating in a BIP, Beluga Interaction Program. Guests sign up for a BIP in advance, then attend a brief orientation and classroom training program on site where they learn what to expect when they get in the water with the whales.
To touch them, to have them respond to me, to look in the eye that closely was something that was real special.
It's the only place in the world you can do this.
See what I mean? When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction.
You know, even the smaller animals we use in our education programs receive expert care. Park personnel we refer to as our animal string have to know how to care for snakes, baby alligators, turtles, shark hatchlings, rabbits, hedgehogs, and tarantulas. The animal string has to know about a whole range of creatures. It's an amazing thing.
Animal training sure is an exciting job to have, but what about the obvious animal career? Veterinary medicine. What do you say we take a look at veterinarians in a not-so-obvious way?
Proceed with the operation. Roger. 30 seconds.
What words come to mind when you imagine what it must be like to be a veterinarian in a zoological park? Variety might be one word. Diversity might be another. Or how about multitasking? One thing is certain. To be an effective vet in a zoological park, you gotta have a pretty broad knowledge base.
You just never know when you might need to draw blood from a dolphin, help birth a rhinoceros, or fix a cracked shell on a sea turtle. I recently tagged along with SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Walsh. He completely understands this required diversity.
Well, being a veterinarian at SeaWorld is a lot of work, but we're exposed to animals anywhere from a 10-gram bird or a baby sea turtle to a 10,000-pound killer whale. In fact, lately we've been working on a 300-pound female alligator that has a foot infection.
Well, were you able to actually clear up the infection?
I think so.
Dr. Walsh has to function not only as an alligator surgeon, but also as a bird doctor, a whale vet, and a sea lion dentist.
We get a look at the gums, the teeth, the tongue, everything in there to make sure it's okay.
What's one of the most satisfying parts of being a vet? Busch Gardens' Dr. Burton shares his #1 pick.
I think probably the most gratifying part of the job is when we see births of new animals. And very seldom do we actually get to observe the birth. Usually we come in the morning and we find a new baby. Since I've been here at Busch Gardens, I've actually had the opportunity to watch a couple of giraffe births, and that's very gratifying, very special experience.
Knowledge comes in many forms, and for some vets, just knowing about animals isn't enough. Heidi Stout, Oil Spills Program Director at Tri-State Bird Rescue and Research, knows that sometimes situations require more than animal knowledge. She was called upon to head a team of veterinarians and bird specialists from around the world in response to an oil spill off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa. This spill, which occurred in May of 2000, threatened an entire population of African penguins. Heidi's varied expertise helped her to react soundly in this emergency situation.
To respond to oil spills and to respond to oiled animals or oiled wildlife, you need your basic veterinary skills, but you also need the ability to do a lot of problem solving. Many times when you go in and do a spill response, you're creating a whole hospital out of something that wasn't meant to be a hospital for animals. So you have to work together on a team to build the facilities that you need at the time of the response.
Reacting in a crisis situation is second nature to SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois. Lauren also responded to the South African oil spill when the worldwide call for help went out. The knowledge she gained overseas helped tremendously upon her return, where she helped launch the opening of the Oiled Wildlife Care Center located at SeaWorld San Diego.
Our new Oiled Wildlife Care Center was opened just this past July. It was decided with SeaWorld and also with different organizations that there was an area in San Diego and Southern California that needed to have a facility available that if there was an oil spill, we would be able to care for a number of birds as well as mammals.
This 8,000 square foot state-of-the-art complex provides ample recovery space for a maximum of 200 seabirds and includes a 32,000-gallon multi-use rehab pool, which can accommodate up to 20 sea otters or pinnipeds.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
If knowledge and diversity keep the mind and body active, then these specialists are running in overdrive. One thing's for sure, there's never a dull moment.
Maybe your science interest is combined with creativity. Well, I've got the job for you. Science writers research, write, and edit exhibit information, publications, curriculum material, program brochures, website content, you name it. Imagine, it's an amazing thing.
We've looked at many animal-related jobs inside aquariums and zoological parks like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, and it all looks like a lot of fun, and believe me, it really is. But did you know that these jobs play an important role in better understanding animals and their natural habitats? And the more we understand about animals and their surroundings, the more we can do to help protect and preserve them in their environments. Let's see how in-park work translates to out-of-park conservation.
Busch Gardens Tampa conservation specialist Tina Goody recently spent a year in the African Congo studying western lowland gorillas in partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Society. She discusses the importance of research in the field.
Field studies not only inspire people to learn more about their environment, but also it gives us a unique look at these animals that we see possibly in a zoo every day, and gives us a better idea of what we can do to give their homes at a zoo a more touch of reality, I guess, so they're happier.
Field research is a two-way street. It not only supplies valuable information to bring back to a zoological park, but researchers can offer insight into animal conservation to indigenous communities.
We've got a Clubby Bobo, which is working with the local kids, just teaching them to get more familiar with the animals in their own backyard so that they have a respect for them that they may not have had before.
Working in the field isn't all glory. It takes a lot of guts, too.
I miss people, my family and friends a lot, and also food. A lot of different types of food that aren't available in a national park in the middle of the Congo.
No doubt, gathering information from the field is extremely important. But in order to maximize the value, spreading the message is crucial.
If you have a desire, you can do it. It takes one person to make a difference. So if you want to do something in life, you go for it.
Whether it's gorillas, birds, or reptiles, one thing is certain. There's no shortage of passion for the people who work with animals. SeaWorld San Antonio's senior aviculturist Rob Yorty assisted in the coordination of a recent trip to Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands to help fuel research on a variety of animals. To date, this is the highlight of Rob's career.
Ever since I was a little child, I really wanted to go to the Galapagos Islands and see tortoises and penguins and marine iguanas. And by getting a chance to actually make an impact and do some research and try to help out the animals down there and the researchers and try to bring that kind of information back to the people in the United States has probably been the most exciting thing for me overall.
Rob feels that the blending of field work and in-park activities is an extremely valuable combination.
One of the real important things that I've been able to do and I've been able to share with a lot of my coworkers is taking the information from the field we get and bringing it back to SeaWorld San Antonio, but also taking our knowledge that we have learned here and taking it down to other areas like the project I do in Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands.
Hands-on interaction in the field and in-park experience mutually benefits staff, partners, and best of all, animals. It's a win-win-win combination.
So many mouths to feed. Food preparation is a vital part of caring for animals in a zoological park or aquarium. Every single day, 7,000 pounds of food are prepared for over 65,000 animal residents at SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, the largest zoological collection in the world. It takes tons of fish, meat, and vegetables to keep everybody healthy and happy. It's an amazing thing.
Start with the love of animals, add to that traveling around the globe, and add to that your own television show, and what do you get? Jack Hanna. Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures is one of the most popular long-running animal shows on television, and it's broadcast in 65 countries worldwide. But you know, you just don't become a TV personality overnight. Jack put years of effort into a variety of jobs at zoological parks, eventually working his way to director of the Columbus Zoo. We caught up with him at his base camp at Busch Gardens to find out what it took for him to get the experience, expertise, and knowledge that brought him to the point he's at today. Who knows? Maybe he has some tips on how you can become the next Jack Hanna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jack Hanna, here at my base camp, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
For years, every week, people all around the world have heard this greeting from Jack Hanna. From our living rooms alongside Jack, we have traveled to the Arctic Circle, Africa, Australia, Israel,
Jack of Arabia,
and everywhere in between. With a passion for animals, an unquenchable thirst for adventure, and a heart as big as his home state of Tennessee.
You take care, all right? And you're gonna survive. Here? All right.
Jack Hanna has made us misty-eyed with bittersweet tears and laughter. Jack successfully made the transition into television and is a master at knowing how to use the medium to reach many people.
I'm Jack Hanna.
I never really tried to get into television. It just came almost as an accident. In 1978, 79, I did a lot of local cable TV in Columbus, Ohio. In 1981, 82, we did a show called Hannah's Ark with my daughter. In 1983, We had twin gorillas born at the Columbus Zoo, and Good Morning America came there on ABC and wanted to cover their birth, which was one of the first in the world. And then they came back the next month to look at the gorillas, and from then on I've been doing Good Morning America ever since for the last 18, 20 years. 1985, David Letterman started as a result of Good Morning America, so we've always done that show about once every 3 months. And so it's just one of those things that we try and reach different audiences in different ways to teach them about the animal world through the medium of television.
Reaching people is a definite advantage of television. Being famous also has its benefits. But did you ever wonder if there's a downside to being Jack Hanna?
Oh, man. Well, as far as television, the toughest thing would be traveling. We're on the road about 290 days a year. You're not with your family a lot, especially a lot of the guys that work on the show, the camera guys, sound, people, producers, are on the road a great deal. That's difficult for all of us. Time zones, for example, the sleeping patterns. You're 8 hours off a lot of times, 12 hours off sometimes. Eating certain foods is very difficult for a lot of us, depending on where we are. These all make for a difficult time. The thing about a difficult situation is you try and make a fun situation out of it.
Jack has a great philosophy on making fun out of difficult times, but he's got an equally good philosophy on fear.
I don't think I've ever been really afraid of an animal. You know, when you're working with rattlesnakes and things like that, you're very, very careful. You respect that animal. And if you don't respect the animal, then it's going to end up in you getting hurt.
So if you want to be the next Jack Hanna, you have to know how to have fun in tough times, look your fears in the face, show the animals respect, and lastly, value other people working together with similar goals.
All of us have our own way of teaching about animals. So my advice to the next Jack Hanna is work with everybody and try and teach in a fun and entertaining way where people can learn and learn quickly, because we don't have that much time to save a lot of these animals.
Jack Hanna has a great career in front of the camera working with animals. But did you ever wonder who's behind the camera? The Nickerson brothers, Guy and Glenn, have a pretty cool animal-related job as cameramen for Jack's show. Oh, and Larry Elliston has traveled the world as Jack's producer. Come on, let's see what happens when we go behind the scenes. Come on.
Guy and Glenn Nickerson share more than one common interest. They both love photography and animals. These interests date back to junior high, as younger brother Glenn explains.
When he was in news and I was still in middle school, of course you always want to hang out with your big brother. And I used to go in. It was a big deal for me to go into the newsroom where he worked and get to push buttons and stuff like that and look at the stories he did. So I mean, that's, you know, he definitely got me into it.
Guy, on the other hand, got his big break through a high school class.
I think I first had my interest in photography in high school, doing still photos in one of my classes. And from there, I actually got an opportunity from journalism class to get a job at a TV station. And just watching what people did, it looked like it'd be a fun thing to do.
Working at a TV station is challenging in itself, but photographing animals had to create a completely different set of rules.
I had spent quite a few years shooting at Busch Gardens, and animals are animals. You know, whether they're in a facility like Busch Gardens or in the wild, you have to be patient with them. You have to learn to wait for behaviors. I mean, there are all kinds of things that, from working at Busch Gardens and filming for them, that I was able to take in the field.
Producer Larry Elliston's enthusiasm continues to shine through.
To work on a national program, I think one of the most important things is that you have a lot more people that you are telling stories to. It was a wonderful day when I started working on this program.
Both brothers and Larry find their work endlessly fascinating, and having traveled the entire world, each hold their own special memories and fears.
We had a good time filming gorillas in Uganda one time, and we actually got charged by a gorilla. That was pretty exciting.
We were out in the salt pans in the Kalahari Desert. It was just flat. We got to ride around on four-wheelers to go to locations to do shoots, which was fun. I think anybody would have fun doing that.
Hands down, my most exciting experience in connection with the show was being in a shark cage, tip of South Africa, out on a part of the ocean called Shark Alley. And the shark got caught up a little bit in the lines for a few seconds, and it almost felt like the cage started moving underneath the boat, that he was pulling it with him, but he threw me back.
So if you want to work behind the scenes, take this advice.
make sure you enjoy actually pointing the camera at something and making a picture, and that you're happy doing that alone, and then see where it takes you.
Also mentor, meet somebody and learn from them. Don't be a know-it-all. Go in there and be willing to listen to people and learn.
You know, media-related jobs aren't necessarily in television. In-park video production is a unique and valuable resource for public awareness, education, and news. We asked Hal Parham, Video Services Manager at SeaWorld in San Diego, to tell us a little bit more about his job working with animals. To work in video services in a zoological park like SeaWorld, you have to manage several aspects of production. Hal explains.
We have our normal day-to-day routine that we have planned out, weeks in advance, but we do a lot of live shots to out-of-town television stations. Plus, on the technical side, you got to be able to do editing, be able to edit your own video. We do some videos that are shown in the park that are on displays and that are shown during the Shamu show. We also do in-house videos for marketing departments and education departments and so forth. So a lot of it is external, but there is a great deal of it internally.
Not only is variety a part of the job, but readiness to act on the spot is also a prerequisite.
We always have to keep in the back of our mind that we might be running off to a rescue at any moment. So we're always kind of prepared for that call, but you got to be ready just to pretty much grab everything and rush off to wherever the rescue is.
Hal gives some advice on getting into the field.
My advice would be, obviously, go to school, go to college, and try to get into internships with other TV stations and production companies. That would pretty much give you some really good experience in that whole thing.
Shamu Stadium here at SeaWorld in San Diego holds 6.7 million gallons of water. You'd have to take 268,000 baths in order to equal that amount of water. It's an amazing thing.
There's some pretty interesting and amazing jobs working with animals, and we've previewed several of them. What, you still haven't found what you're looking for? Well, check this out. So, if you love animals and you decide you want to devote your career to them, there's plenty of jobs to choose from. Working with animals can be extremely rewarding, from the closeness and trust you build in training or the joy you receive from caring for them, to the satisfaction you get knowing that you're helping save a species and raise awareness. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch, I'm Chuck Carreau, wishing you a future filled with fun and animals.
You can get a taste of what it's like right now by attending Adventure Camp at SeaWorld or Busch Gardens. To find out more about adventure camp or careers working with animals, log on to our website at www.seaworld.org. And thanks for joining us, and best of luck in your own career choice.
Hey, I'm Johnny Alonso.
And I'm Jennifer Pulley.
Well, welcome to NASA 360.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Now, when someone mentions the word NASA, what comes to mind? Space, aeronautics, astronauts, the moon, sure. All those things probably come to mind. But have you ever thought about things you use in your home every day? That's right. A lot of things that NASA originally developed for the space program are now being used in our homes today. You want me to name some? Sure. Foam mattresses, computer technology, sporting equipment, and of course that oh-so-yummy freeze-dried food. Foam mattresses and freeze-dried foods are just a few examples of the numerous inventions inspired by NASA that are being used by us today. In fact, since the beginning of the space program, nearly 8% of all the inventions in the whole world have come in some way from NASA research. One of the most successful, the cordless power tool. Check this out. When NASA started planning on how to send humans to the moon, they knew they couldn't go to the store and buy things off the shelf and send it into space. No way. They had to invent nearly everything themselves, including the spacecraft, life support systems, and of course, space tools. Everything from specialized wrenches to small handheld vacuums had to be developed. NASA's space program started in 1958. Now back then, when you needed power for a power tool, like a drill, you just found a plug and an outlet, right? Plugged it in, you got power. On the moon, there's no plugs. Obviously, outlets on the moon were non-existent, so when the idea for cordless power tools came into play, NASA looked to a power tool giant for help. Any idea which company stepped up to the plate? Well, if you guessed Black & Decker, you're right. Back in the 1950s, the idea for the cordless power tool came from the Black & Decker Corporation. Alonzo Decker noticed that one of the biggest home improvement specialties of the time was aluminum storm window installation. One problem he noticed was that the workmen would rig up their power tools to an outside porch lamp, kind of like this one. And then they'd ask the housewife, who was inside the home, to turn on the power switch. Shocking, but true. And that worked well until more and more women began entering the workforce, leaving no one at home during the day to turn on the power for those poor men. So in 1961, after years of research and testing, Black & Decker introduced the first cordless drill, an innovation powered by self-contained battery cells. When NASA heard Black & Decker had successfully designed a cordless power system, they had to have it. The first use of cordless tools in space was the Black & Decker zero-impact wrench for the Gemini project. This wrench was great because it spun bolts at zero gravity without spinning the astronaut. Not a problem we had to worry about here on Earth. The big test was a cordless rotary hammer drill for the Apollo moon program. NASA researchers knew that they would need a very powerful drill that could operate at extreme temperatures and in zero-atmosphere conditions to take rock samples from the surface of the moon, all without connecting to a power outlet. Talk about an amazing drill. It helped bring back moon samples that researchers are still studying today. My buddy Johnny Alonso flew out to Aspen, Colorado to attend the Winter X Games. Now out there, he saw some high-flying action and he talked to some athletes who are using NASA-inspired technology in their sporting equipment.
All right, so now we know that NASA has been instrumental in changing our lives down here on Earth with power tools and such. But do you ever think that NASA might have tried to help us out with, I don't know, sporting goods? Yeah, of course they have. Check it out. During some of the most recent Olympics, NASA know-how have helped design specialized ribbed swimsuits that help swimmers get through the water faster. These swimsuits had tiny grooves that reduce drag caused by turbulence in the water. Do you know that NASA researchers actually tested pieces of swimsuits in their wind tunnels for research? Testing objects that move in the water is very similar to testing objects that move in the air. And trust me, NASA has tested virtually everything that flies in the air in its wind tunnels. So did this testing work out for our Olympic athletes? Absolutely. Our swimmers came back with more medals with just a little help from NASA. So that's how they help some of our elite athletes. But what about folks like you and me? You know, the not-so-elite athletes. Yeah, they've helped us out too. But in order to understand, you had to understand how NASA helped itself out. Back in the 80s and 90s, NASA was funding research to create new materials to be used in aerospace applications. They were looking for materials that were strong, durable, and lightweight. You know, to be used for spacecraft, aircraft, drills, man, pretty much everything. During this process of creation, a landmark discovery was made during a research project using vitrified metals. Yeah, vitrified. A vitrified metal is frozen liquid that fails to crystallize during solidification, combining properties of metal and glass not found in nature. Got it? What researchers made is something that's now called liquid metal, or also known as metallic glass. Now, liquid metal, it's an alloy blend that is twice as strong as titanium, but softer and more elastic. This stuff's amazing. Today, liquid metal is being considered to replace titanium in medical instruments, military and aerospace applications. It's also being used in recreational equipment like tennis rackets, golf clubs, baseball bats, snowboards, and skis. So to help us check out how liquid metal is being used in sporting equipment, I came over to Aspen, Colorado, the Winter X Games. Here at the Winter X Games, amazing athletes are using some of these materials and putting them to the test on the slopes. Of course, people like me who hope to become one of those elite athletes can still use these materials as well. Check it out, I'm gonna have a chat with my buddy Rex, who works for a small company called Head. Yeah, same company that builds some of the greatest equipment for some of the best athletes in the world. Oh yeah, and Rex just happens to be a two-time US Extreme Free Skiing champion. Rex is gonna be talking with me how liquid metal is being used with Head skis and snowboards, and maybe, just maybe, he's gonna give me some pointers on how to get on the podium one day. What's going on, bro?
How are you?
How you feel?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's a little cold today, isn't it?
It is.
Check it out. Can you tell me something about Head skis and how they're using liquid metal today?
Head skis is using liquid metal. They attach a layer of it to the load-carrying parts of this ski. It creates faster rebound. This makes the ski livelier, and it makes it livelier for longer. They also use it in golf club heads, aluminum baseball bats, things like that.
Any other companies besides Head?
Head Skis is the only ski company using this technology.
Really? So, bro, walk me through it. If you had just a conventional pair of skis compared to these new skis, what would be the difference?
The old metal in the skis has memory, so that every time you were bending it, it remembered that bend, and it would never go back to its original shape. Okay. The liquid metal doesn't do that. The liquid metal always goes back to its original shape. It's going to make it more springy off the jumps. It's going to make it faster in the gates, and it's going to make it more fun.
So it's almost like always having a new pair of skis.
It's like always having a new pair of skis. It does not break down.
And really?
Yeah.
What's the lifeline on it? Any idea?
You know, I don't think we found that yet. We've used it for several years now, and my skis still feel like new.
Really?
Every time.
That's awesome.
You know, the liquid metal skis are just they're gonna track more, they're gonna track better, they're gonna stay on the snow.
Okay.
Snow contact is really important. The other skis are gonna chatter a little bit more, not with liquid metal.
Really?
It's gonna be fast, rebounding right back on the snow, every bump.
Let's talk about Head Skis and the company and, you know, everybody that's on board with you.
Back in the 40s, Howard Head developed a new technology to laminate different materials together, metal, wood, fiberglass, and he was the first one to do that. Before then, all the skis were just carved out of a block of wood. And so he was the first one to do that. He took his poker winnings and put it all into these 6 pairs of skis. All 6 pairs ended up breaking, but he never gave up, and he kept at it. And all skis today are based on that same principle. So he was an innovator back then. We're an innovator today with liquid metal, intelligence, all these other new technologies that nobody else has, and we're trying to stay ahead of that game. Some of our athletes now, Bodie Miller, Yoon Olsen, Johnny Mosley, those guys have input on these skis, and they're the ones, the athletes develop these skis. The company gives the public the skis that the athletes want.
Really? So they give you feedback?
They give us all feedback, yeah.
Wow, man. That's something else.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little about the skis then. I mean, first of all, the liquid metal, where's it found in the ski?
The liquid metal in this ski is found just under the top sheet. You'll see that layer of metal right there.
This one right there?
Yep, that's it.
All the way down?
Yep.
That's awesome. So yeah, I think most people would think that the liquid metal would be on the base or the bottom of the ski.
You know, the base is P-Tex for faster gliding. You don't really like to use metal down there, but
yeah, of course not.
Yeah, you know, it would dent up, and it doesn't absorb wax.
It's not an ice skate.
And yeah, so it's on the top,
yeah.
And it's you know, one of the load-carrying pieces of this piece of technology here.
Sure.
This is in the race line, you know, it's for everyone, but this is a high-end ski.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And then I guess like the not so elite athlete like me would be able to use something like this?
You could absolutely use something like this,
yeah.
You know? You might not want it as long as we're all using it, but
it's almost as tall as I am.
Yeah, it's just going to make it easier and more fun, and,
yeah.
And you're going to have a better day on the hill.
Absolutely. Any advice to, you know, to I guess the shorties, the young kids out there?
You know, so we have all these technologies here that are developed by NASA. We're trying to make skiing safer, but You know, these technologies aren't the end all. You need to wear a helmet, you need to take lessons, you need to know your limits. You know, there needs to be a progression. You don't, just because you have these skis with all this technology in there doesn't mean that you can go out to the jumps that these guys are hitting in the X Games and be pulling the flips and stuff. You need to really be careful and learn how to do these things properly.
All right, so look, I guess you got to get back to the X Games. Rex, it was good seeing you again.
Good seeing you too.
Always, and I will definitely take all of your pointers to heart, and maybe it's going to help me out on the slopes. What do you think?
We'll see. I don't know, man. I'd stick to the bunny slope if I were you. You can follow my daughter.
I put you on the show and you got to do this thing. Unbelievable. This guy. So we're wrapping up here at the X Games in Aspen, Colorado. We're going to be hitting the east side. We're going to go over to Boston, check out a cool new spacesuit from NASA. Hey, this is NASA 360. Stick around. There's a lot more to come.
Before we head back to Johnny in Cambridge, here's a question for you. What is 240 feet high? 400 feet long. And was one of the most important tools in getting those Apollo astronauts to the moon? If you're thinking, it's got to be some kind of a rocket, right? Like the Saturn V, perhaps. Well, you're absolutely wrong. While the Saturn V was important, the astronauts had to train in real-world conditions here on Earth before they landed on the moon. Where would they train for that? At this giant erector set. It used to be called the Lunar Landing Research Facility, but now it's known by people at NASA as the gantry. Back around 1965, it was determined that we needed a place to help Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and 22 other astronauts learn how to land a spacecraft on the moon. This new state-of-the-art training facility needed to feel and look like the moon. So engineers built this large, and I'm talking 240 feet high, 400 feet long, remember? A-frame structure with an overhead suspension system. They attached a spacecraft. The pilot would train to land the craft in simulated 1/6 gravity, which is the gravity of the moon. Engineers also built a landscape that looked just like the lunar surface, with craters, dust, just about everything. All this training came in handy when Neil Armstrong, flying Apollo 11, had to take the spacecraft out of automatic mode and land manually on the moon. You see, the auto mode of the Apollo 11 spacecraft had it headed directly for a huge crater. With less than 30 seconds of fuel left, Armstrong landed the craft safely on flat ground and made history as the first person to ever step on the moon. That's one small step for man, and well, you know the rest. Back here on Earth, what happened to the gantry after the Apollo missions? Well, some really smart people at NASA decided, I think we could use this to crash test airplanes. Yeah, crash test real airplanes for a living. Similar to how cars are crash tested to make them safer, NASA researchers basically do the same thing with airplanes, crash dummies and all. What they do is hook up an airplane to a large steel cable and swing it like a pendulum down to the ground and test how the plane handled the crash. What they found was that many of the crashes that seemed survivable were not. The planes looked to be in pretty good shape, but sensors embedded in the crash test dummies showed the occupants wouldn't have survived. That really stinks for you guys, but it's great news for all of us who fly on airplanes. Because of this research, NASA figured out ways to build airframes and aircraft seats to keep more people around in case of an accident. After, they sent these recommendations on to airplane manufacturers. Changes were made to incorporate these life-saving improvements. All right, now that NASA is planning to go back to the moon and send humans onto Mars, do you think they're still using the gantry for training? Of course they are. In fact, they are currently testing a new crew exploration vehicle. It's called Orion. And it's really exciting. So how will NASA use the old gantry on their new mission back to the moon and Mars? Before the space shuttle, astronauts used to arrive home by splashing into the ocean. Well, Orion might use that same idea. Or they may land in a desert in California using parachutes and good old airbags. researchers at the gantry have been testing the bottom outer shell of the Orion spacecraft to see how the airbags perform on land. Researchers placed dirt that is very similar to the dirt in California and spread it out over the gantry floor. Then they swung the test vehicle up and released it. Looks like the old gantry is still pulling its weight after all these years. And you know, NASA isn't just planning on going back to the moon one day. Oh, they're planning on sending humans to Mars. This is going to be a completely different type of mission, never done before. So we have to develop tons of new technology to get us there. New spacecrafts to different types of food preparation, and even new spacesuits. Well, it's time to head back out to Johnny Alonso. He's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, learning about how these cool new spacesuits are going to work.
Hey, do you remember earlier in the program when I showed you a picture of an astronaut with this huge cordless power drill? Now that drill was actually pretty hard to handle because of the way the spacesuit was designed. Now those suits were the cutting edge back in the 1960s, yet astronauts still lacked the mobility they really needed. Future missions to places like Mars will require us to develop new types of spacesuits that not only keep our crew safe, but can allow astronauts increased mobility, just like they were working out in their own backyard. I came here to Cambridge, Mass. to speak with MIT professor David Newman. Her team is designing a new type of spacesuit that's going to be super effective and way comfortable for our astronauts. Hey, another great thing about this suit, it might have some benefits for people back here on Earth. We're here at the Manned Vehicle Lab at MIT with Dr. David Newman. Doctor, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks, Johnny. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. So, tell me a little about what you guys are doing here.
So we specialize in looking at astronaut performance for both microgravity, the moon, Mars. We'll be able to talk to you today about some of our work in advanced spacesuit design. We're trying to design a suit actually to get astronauts to Mars. So it's a pretty futuristic looking concept. We call it the biosuit. We call it a second skin. You have to apply pressure to keep the astronauts alive. So in the current suit, that's like a balloon. You're operating inside a balloon. It's called the extravehicular mobility unit. Very massive suit, very heavy. It's about 140 kilos now. Now we're in Space Shuttle or on the International Space Station. It's weightlessness. So the astronauts don't feel the mass of the suit. They can work in it. It's great to do Hubble Space Telescope repairs. But when we get to the moon and Mars, we need a locomotion suit. So a lot of our research is geared to how do we provide astronauts with maximum mobility and minimum energy requirements. We want them to be able to go out and be productive and work for a long time. So that's what you'll see in the biosuit. The huge advantages are then we can aim for maximum mobility. It's much more like wearing clothes than it is operating in a big gas pressurized shell. Some of the advantages we have for the biosuit is we can have a really lightweight suit. When we get to the moon and Mars, our astronauts are going to be kneeling down and climbing and doing some really extreme tests. So we need to provide maximum mobility. And then finally, safety reasons. If, let's say you get a little tear, you're working on your knees and you get a little tear in the suit, we envision then you just put another layer on. You just wrap it up. Another layer of mechanical counterpressure. You just keep doing your business. You keep doing the science and experiments.
So you can repair the suit, I mean,
we think so. It depends. If we can get, millimeter by millimeter, kind of small rip, you can't have a big gaping rip. Of course, you have to always pressurize the astronaut explorer. But for a scuff or just a scratch, we think we could just put a quick bandage on it, literally. So some of the design concepts that we've incorporated into this mock-up, the black lines that you see are something we call lines of non-extension. If you move your skin and your arm and you move around, we want to again get maximum mobility. So it turns out if we have to carry the pressure, again you want to pressurize the person and attain maximum mobility. So the black lines have a lot to do with trying to achieve that, holding the constant pressure while providing maximum mobility. The gold lines that you see all over the suit, they kind of follow major muscle groups for thermal control to make sure that you're providing enough heat. And so you would just weave that in. The idea is you just weave that in and get thermal control, would sense the astronaut's temperature and heat them up if necessary or perhaps cool them down.
So how does that help astronauts on other planets?
So you can imagine if we can put here in the knee joint something that helps someone walk. When the astronauts get to Mars, they might have gone through a lot of physiological deconditioning. So you might have to assist their locomotion, probably in the first month until they really regain their muscle strength back. They might have a loss of about 40% muscle strength loss, 20 to 30% muscle atrophy. So if we can give them some assisted locomotion, that will really help, say, on early arrival to planets. It's a very expensive mission. We want to send people there, but when you get there, you can't take a month off. You need to work almost immediately.
Sure.
So we need to hopefully embed some of these enhancements, technological enhancements, kind of where the human and the robot come together in future suits. One of our 1G and medical benefits of some of our research are to think about helping people with disease on Earth.
Okay.
For instance, like locomotion. We really like to help people walk. We think about how our astronauts are going to walk on the moon and Mars, but there's a lot of people here, of course, on Earth that we'd like to help. So we look at some disabilities for stroke, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and we think of assisting that locomotion. So our designs help in that sense. We've had one project that's assisted locomotion, basically putting a power assist on a leg. For instance, a stroke patient usually is affected asymmetrical. So you might have the right side of your body that's working well, but for locomotion, your left side might not work so well. So we can take a look at the left leg then and try to give it a bit of a kick, if you will, to help the locomotion. You can take signals from the right side of the leg that's working perfectly and get the same ankle, knee angle, instantaneously get those to the left leg, and then have the right and left legs work together. Other applications for 1G that are kind of for extreme sports or athletics, you can imagine helping people maybe jump higher, run faster, things like that. So that's where some of our robotics technology kind of embedded into some of these designs for the future. We'd like to pursue some of that research.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. You're watching NASA 360.
This is our latest biosuit mock-up. We've worked with businesses here in the U.S., Charting Associates, and with some Italian designers, Dainese. It is skin tight. This is just a mock-up that kind of has the look and the feel of what the skin suit might look like in the future. So I can kind of demonstrate the mobility. It's really easy to bend down. I'll probably spend a lot of time, doing research and the moon and Mars in these kind of configurations. And the trick to mechanical counterpressure is if we put it on and it's pretty comfortable, then we want the ability to, while it's on, to be able to kind of cinch it up, get that final pressure production.
That's right there.
Right, so we can kind of show you a little demonstration. This is just a little mechanical system we're thinking about, but you can kind of see it cinching up, and sure enough, if I get it really tight here, it kind of applies more pressure.
Is it comfortable?
It's really comfortable.
Yeah?
Yeah.
look
Nice
great.
and warm.
Yeah.
It's nice and warm. I can show you with the helmet on. People don't think
Well,
it
I
looks
get it.
like like a spacesuit until you put the helmet on.
Ah, cool.
All right, put that on. Need gold sunglasses in space.
Where'd you go?
There you go.
Something else. You look great. I mean, seriously.
Thanks. You want one? We'll get you.
Absolutely.
All
I'm
right.
trying to steal something of this job anyway.
Okay.
Listen, nice to meet you, Dr.
Very nice to meet
Thank
you.
At MIT over here. So this is NASA 360. We're out. As you can see, NASA technology and inventions are not just for space travelers. They help all of us every day. Just take a look around your house. There are dozens of things that are inspired by NASA technology. And you can bet with NASA's new push to go back to the moon and Mars, that tons of stuff is going to be developed to help our lives back here on Earth. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Johnny Alonzo. Check you next time on NASA 360.
so she sees all of this.
Good afternoon. This is the LaVergne Library Board meeting for March 10th, 2025. It is 5 p.m. and we'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. And I guess so. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the January 13th, 2025 regular meeting. And you have those in your packets. You want to have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll move on to the order of business. The first item is the library fire system replacement. And do you want to start with this, or?
Chairman Green, you are very,
Since I got the quote.
very aware of what we're doing here. So I would like to defer to you to talk about this, please.
All right. If you all remember, several weeks ago, we had a big brownout in LaVergne, weird power thing that happened. Well, it certainly affected the library, and it basically burned out the fire panel in the library. So it is a very old system. I think it's the original system from when the library was built,
2002.
2002. So talking with the city administration and everything, we decided it's probably just go ahead and replace the system. It's time for that. So that's what this quote is. Bruce wanted it to be an emergency purchase. That's our city administrator. Since it is a fire panel and it is a public building and it is our beautiful library. So they are going to do a budget amendment for this into Donna's current year budget to pay for this. And I believe it's scheduled to start being installed in
March 24th.
24th, yep.
March 24th through the 28th.
Yep.
They will be in.
Yep, so you can look through there and see all the various pieces and parts, but it's basically replacing everything, all the fire pools, all the strobes, the sirens, the panel, the sensors that for the air units and the water sprinklers and everything like that. So that's really more of a, I guess, an FYI, that something that has to happen and is going to happen.
Correct. And if you'll look on page 7 of the 12 pages, that shows the payment schedule. And it was appreciated that Bruce put this on as an emergency purchase and that we're able to push this through. I know the Board of Mayor and Aldermen were contacted to let them know that this would be going on through and that it will be on April's agenda for our ratification, I believe.
Yeah.
So payment 1 is 50% of the proposal due upon acceptance, and that was $10,968.46. And then payment 2 was a little less, $10,968.45. Just to say, Glenn has such a great rapport with Turner Security. They are fantastic. They come out, they take care of things, and they don't go overboard. If it's not needed, they will not do that. They will quote just what's needed and will take care of things. So does anyone have any questions about it?
I have one question. I was looking at the list of parts and services and things, and there's a mention here of surge protection. I don't know if does that unit protect us from future brownouts and things like that? Like, is it a true power conditioner, or are we at risk that?
Which one
That was page 5.
Yeah, I was looking at where it has
on page 5 or 6,
et cetera. I'm just curious if
going
there's
to
any
be-
provision for that.
That is only going to be protection for the panel itself.
Okay,
It's
got
not
it.
for the building.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
And the notifier panel is what took the brunt of the brownout, blackout. And of course, we had to put in, Turner came and did this before for us in August, but they used our existing to try to save us some money just to get us up and going with the fire alarm system. And so we appreciate that, but yes, I knew Glenn would know more about what that was.
So the budget amendment, they added the funds to the library budget from another city account so that it didn't have
Right,
to take
this
away?
will come out of the general fund, and it will be a budget amendment.
Excellent.
And so we will see this at the end of the budget year, that it will be amended into our account.
Good.
Because we recently spent $17,000 for a new rooftop HVAC. So our extra funds were pretty low. And so they will do a budget amendment.
Excellent.
All right, any other questions on that? Next is the outdoor library sign repair and software upgrade. And you have a picture of that in here.
And again, I'm going to defer to you,
To
Glenn.
me on that one. So you've seen the sign out there. It's not been working for quite a while. When Verizon sold their service to another company, their billboard display service. And so we got to investigating and found that the company that originally won the bid was still in business, and they're here in Nashville. And so they quoted us a very good price of $1,750 to come out and get this operational again, and then $350 a year for basically the cellular connection and the software that you use to program it. So we thought that was a no-brainer on that, and it's in your easy budget. So
Yes, we did have that in our budget.
yeah. So that I believe last we heard there should be out this week or next. I believe, right?
I believe it's this week.
This week, yeah.
Yes, they're
Yeah,
going to
so-
try to be out probably Wednesday or Thursday. They feel like they can do it possibly in a day, maybe 2 days. And then you'll start seeing more of our bright signs up, talking about our programs. They're great for when we have closures due to inclement weather, things of this sort. And the good thing, before we had to play with the displays that we created on like PowerPoint or Publisher. Now they allow Canva, and the library has a Canva account. And so look forward to some great, beautiful displays. We look forward to that. And it will be two-sided on both sides, and it duplicates.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if anybody ever remembers when it was working, but it was great when it worked.
Yes.
Had the time and everything, and you could put all your stuff up there. So looking forward to getting that back.
Yeah, the widgets were wonderful. We had like a time widget, and I think we even had a weather.
A weather one.
Weather
Yep.
at the temp widget.
All right. Any questions on that? All right. The curbside book return bin. That's all you? I don't know
Right.
anything other than what it says it is right here.
I'm excited. It looks like we're just spending. But of course, we are getting close to the end of the budget year. I do want to say the library is very good about how we spend our money. We try to be very careful about it so that we can have a balanced budget at the end of the year. And this has been in the budget. If you've noticed, we had put in a concrete pad where there used to be a muddy, grassy area where people would walk across to put their books into the book drop that's located on the side of the building. I have been waiting for this particular book return to get back in stock, and it has. It's the Kingsley 50 series, C-Series, Outdoor Returns. It does come with one cart that is movable. We can roll it in, unload the books or videos, and bring it back out. This will be bolted into the concrete, so we're excited about that. The one drawback is that where we've had to put it, if you come in through the front entrance, it will be on the passenger side.
Oh.
So if you have a passenger, pass your books to them and they can put it in. You can also curve around carefully, not hitting any pedestrians, and pull up so that you can put your books in. And I like that it extends out. There was one that was a really pretty color, but it was flat and not what we needed. So I feel really good about this one. It will hold, I'm going to quote this wrong, 350 books and like 600 videos if they were separate. Overnight or over a weekend, we would not receive that many. It's just going to be very helpful. And we will check it periodically throughout the day. I just think it's going to be a great addition to our library. It is coming in the sandstone that will match our library. And we had book return, just like it's showing there, put on it. They had library returns, but we weren't real sure what all we would get, so we wanted to put book return on there. Again, there's a possibility that we may have something different put in, but we will watch for that. Do you have any questions about the book return bin?
Will that be on camera surveillance also?
It is. It will be caught on camera.
Question.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Yes, our camera catches that area where cars pull up.
So any
It's a good
vandalism
question.
you can see? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Questions or comments? All right, we will move on to the preliminary 2025-2026 library budget.
Okay. This is very preliminary. We are in beginning budget talks now. I've met with our new finance director, Danielle, and we have gone over our general fund budget. So I'm just going to give you a few of the changes. There may be more, and I will bring this back to you in the May library board meeting. So for right now, all of the yellow areas, we do not have control over. That will come from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen as far as our wages, the insurance, the retirement. All of those numbers will be populated by our Board of Mayor and Aldermen. If you go down, starting with line item 148, this is the employee education and training. We had $350 in there. We have had $350 in there for a long time. And that does not go a long way. We try to do a lot of the free webinars that the American Library Association gives us, but I have some staff members that I've been wanting to get certified in certain areas, and I have to give a shout out to Lauren McGowan. She just recently received her certification on basic cataloging through the American Library Association, and this is a big deal. Tammy had been our sole cataloger, and now Lauren is also there and learning the tricks of the trade. And so we're very excited about that. We want to extend those certifications, there's a lot of different ones, to other members of the library staff. And so as Danielle and I were looking over our budget, if you will go down to line item 237, advertising. That line item has had $500 in it for several years, and it has not been touched. We do our banners, we do most everything in-house. Now that we have our sign back, we'll be able to use it more for there. So we're going to move that $500 up to the employee education line. And then going on down, 259, other professional services, $300. I could not see, going years back, where we had used that. Glenn, I may defer to you. Do you know of anything?
No. Nope.
Okay, so we are going to move that $300 up to $149, and then going on down to $317 compact disc.
CDs.
That's old. At least you didn't have floppy on there.
No, we took floppy off years ago when we took videotapes off. Or, nope, videotapes.
Oh, they're still there.
On there. It's still on there.
Mhm.
That should be DVD. We'll make sure we change that. We are not buying the music CDs, any that we put in. And you would be surprised, a lot of people still come in and borrow those. They love to borrow them and listen to them. With us being there with the campground and different places, people will have a CD player, and so they'll come over and borrow some of the CDs, the music CDs. So we're going to lower that to 100, and then we'll see if we spend 100 this coming year. So we're going to take that 100, add it up to 148, which will give us a total of $1,250 for education.
Awesome.
Any comments, concerns about that particular area?
I think it's a good move.
It is.
I think it will be too. And this will open up the door that I will feel more comfortable in getting our staff more of these certifications. I have used line 235, which is membership, registration fees, and tuition. We register for our American Library Association memberships. We register for certain webinars. We become members of certain professional, help me out, professional
Organizations.
Thank you, organizations. That's a good word. Thank you. So that we want to keep where it is. But this, I feel like it will give us, we have this money. So now, could we have gone over in years past and then have to do a budget amendment or pulled it from another line? Yes, but we like to stay within what we're given. And a lot of times we do have to switch things around. But I'm excited about that. Looking down, are there any other line items that jump out at you that you would like to talk about?
I do have just a quick question. When it comes to the subscriptions to newspapers and periodicals, is this handheld or is this digital? Because I haven't seen a newspaper.
Okay,
a little
so
bit. Just curious.
These descriptions were written probably in 2002, and so it's time to rewrite the description of them. We use the subscriptions to platform fees like our Libby and Overdrive.
Okay.
We'll be using that for, Glenn, help me out, for Uber, for the sign. We'll be using the subscription fee there. We do carry 2 newspapers. We carry the Tennessean and the Wall Street Journal, and they are still read, the paper. We do have the digital version, but we have people who like to come in and grab the stick off the wall, because we still put them on the stick.
Wow.
And, look through them and then put the stick back up. We keep 7 days worth of papers on a shelf. And then after that, if someone would like to have one, they'll say, do you think you could save this because it was an article about my great-grandmother or something? We're happy to share the newspapers.
That's awesome.
And then we recycle those newspapers. There are several chicken coops here in LaVergne that they enjoy the papers along with our shredded paper. So we put it to good use. But that's where a lot of those subscriptions go. We also subscribe to BookPage. Carissa's probably familiar with BookPage. It's a little magazine that comes out once a month that tells all about the upcoming new releases, and it gives it synopsis of those, and our patrons love that. It's just things like that. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and those platform fees can go up pretty quickly. And Glenn, do our license come out of that? Any of our license?
Talking about the
Like
computer
for
licensing?
computers?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Okay.
No. You really don't have any licensing now
Okay.
because they were bought with it.
Okay.
So we don't really have any of those issues anymore
Okay.
over there. So,
Oh,
and we don't
great.
use Office. We use the LibreOffice.
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about paying Microsoft Office either. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And at the end of this budget year, we may take a look at that 10,000 and see that we may be able to take it down.
All right.
Well, maybe not with subscription fees on the rise.
Right.
True.
Understand that.
True.
Easier to keep money
That's
in the
true.
budget than it is to ask for it back.
That's true.
Any other line items that stand out to you that you would like to just know what goes in them? I know our program line item is huge, 20,800. That encompasses so much, but about $8,000 to $10,000 of that goes to summer reading. And we are truly fortunate that we have that. I talked to a library the other day. They were asking about performers that we have and entertainers. And their budget for the whole summer, which is June and July, generally 6 to 8 weeks, was $500.
Wow.
Jeez.
And we sometimes pay $400 for a performer.
Wow.
So makes us feel just a little bit guilty, but also very, very fortunate.
That's right.
Yes, it is.
That we have that and continue to. We buy like our crafts that we use with this. When Mary does her strings and things, it is free to our participants who come, and a lot of her supplies will come from this line item. And what's really cool is, of course, the end of the fiscal year is June 30th, and then we still have July. So we always say, "Oop, fresh money coming in July 1st for summer reading." So that's exciting. I did speak with Danielle. She is wanting, and Glenn, you may know this, she is wanting to link together some of our line items that we think, do we put it here or do we put it there? Some departments put it here, some departments put it there. So if you will look at line item 320, operating supplies, and line item 310, office supplies and materials. Those two line items are going to be put together. Money's not going to be taken away from it. They're just going to be put together so that it will be easier when we code where we want the money to go. And I think that's just a great idea.
Yeah, I did that last year.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there was too many different ones, and I just really only needed two.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just merged everything in from these to this and from these to this.
Well, I'm behind the times. Great. That's great.
It was Phyllis's idea, so.
Oh,
I can't
good,
take the-
good.
Makes it easier for us to read.
Mhm.
Oh, excellent. Yes.
Line 533, what type of machinery and equipment rental versus your small equipment on line
312?
312? I was wondering if that could be maybe merged.
Probably not.
Okay.
Machinery and equipment rental is like our printers, our copiers that we lease. Am I correct? So that's quite a bit.
Big stuff.
The small items of equipment are like our vacuum cleaners that we buy for Miss Mary
Oh, okay.
that she likes to really use a lot. And small items would also be electric pencil sharpeners and things of this sort. So, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have to pay for your tent at Fall Festival?
I
or-
do.
Okay, I was going to say, does that come out of the
It
equipment
does.
rental? I
Yes.
thought that the tent would come out of that too, so.
Yes, we are very fortunate to have the big tent at Fall Festival, and so that does come out of line 533.
Okay, thanks.
But I could see why that could, but it just helps separate it just a little bit.
Okay.
These descriptions are, these numbers and the descriptions, from what I understand, come from the state.
Yes.
So that's why they're all, I mean, these are the same ones in mine. So that's why they're listed this way. And I know Danielle said that they are doing some updating at the state level that should trickle down and make these a little more meaningful for, you know, videotapes, the newspaper thing, they're trying to make these more descriptive, but that's why you see these things like this.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about the preliminary budget? And as soon as we get a more hardcore budget, I will let you all know.
All right. We'll move on to the library report presented to Board of Mayor and Aldermen on March 4th, 2025.
I have started including this because I think it's good for you all to see and hear what is said to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Of course, you had to have been here last Tuesday night to get the full effect. Yes, you should have. Yes, you should have. We started out with "You're Never Too Old, Too Wacky, Too Wild to Pick Up a Book and Read to a Child," Dr. Seuss. We were celebrating Read Across America Week. And so every member of our board and Kyle, because it was his birthday, that's our assistant city administrator, and several directors, including Glenn, had on the big red and white cat in the hat and the bow ties. And they were such great participants. I have received so many phone calls of people who have seen the meeting and were so impressed that the board played along and was ready to get that word out too. So it's appreciated. But also what we did for Celebrate Read Across America, we had purchased different book bags. There's 3 there. Make a Difference, Be Kind, and help me out, Being Nice. What does the rest of that say?
I'm not
Something
sure.
you.
I'm not sure.
And I've been looking at these all
I
last
can't see
week.
it.
But anyway, they were really, really adorable. Our children absolutely loved them. Anyone who came into the library was able to choose one along with the bookmark. And we had many adults who wanted them and have enjoyed them. So we just wanted to get the word out that we do celebrate Read Across America, and so proud that, again, this came from our programming budget. Just a little giveaway that means a whole lot to people. And then going on, you can see our numbers for February. And next board meeting, I will bring in numbers for the year and numbers from the year before so that we can see the comparison. I'm very proud to say most of our numbers have eased up. We had a trend, of course, right around COVID where they dropped off, and then it was slowly easing up. But we are now getting to the point where people are coming back in, they're coming into the library, they're using the computer, which we're so proud of. And thank you all for letting go of the ID for the guest pass. That has worked well. We've had no problems whatsoever with that. And we've had more people come in and being able to use the guest pass to get on the computer, and it has worked well. A couple of things to point out. Do You Believe tour, Mike Famillant with the Bigfoot Experience, and Bigfoot is still in my office waiting to go outside by our sign to advertise for that event. That's going to be on March 27th at 5 p.m. It's geared more toward like your 9-year-olds and up. You know, adults are really getting excited about it. Mike just talks about what his goal is to get people off their sofa, off their couch, out into nature, and just see what you can see. And he's going to bring several things that he has found and others have found, such as an imprint of what is supposed to have been Bigfoot. So it should be very good. A lot of fun research that goes into that. And then Murfreesboro Little Theater is coming back on April 2nd. They were here last year, and they're coming back with Dragons Love Tacos. And this group of actors and actresses are amazing. They're from ages 10 and up, and they put their whole hearts into this. And this is done through a grant, so there's no cost to the library. And we're excited about having them back. That's April the 2nd at 10 a.m. And then on the next page, you will see our March events. And tonight, going on right at this moment, we have Lego Fun for ages 5 through 12 in the Storytime Room. And also going on, we have Strings and Things, and that is for ages 18 and over. It's the free adult craft. Miss Mary Brent oversees that, and Kayla Richardson oversees the Lego Fun. And then we have Family Craft Night tomorrow night. We just are putting it all in this week. And they're going to create their own solar system diorama. This is a family craft. We were doing ages 5 to 12, and that was fun, but we weren't getting... We had families coming, and they were kind of staying on the backside. So what we have done is we've recreated it to where it's a family story time. And the families can come in, and you will see grandmas, grandpas, moms, dads, children, all sitting, creating these dioramas. And it's just a really, really great thing to witness. So Becky Simon does that. She does a great job. And then we have our Page Turners Book Club. Dungeons and Dragons is still going on. Then we have Lego Fun again on March 24th. And then we have our Bigfoot experience. And then our 2 story times. All together now, family story time. That's every Wednesday at 10 a.m. And I have had the privilege of being able to oversee that story time. Most of you know I was a preschool teacher for almost 20 years, and still in me a lot of times, as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can tell you. And so we have really, again, it's all ages. So we'll have families come, and I think the youngest that I had last Wednesday was probably 18 months, and our oldest was a homeschool child, and he was 10. And so we try to do things that can relate to all of them. We do a lot of music and movement. And one of their favorite movement songs is I Like to Jump. Don't know if you've ever heard it, but if you get an opportunity to come out on a Wednesday, we play it all the time, every Wednesday, and it's I Like to Jump, and that's the lyrics of the song. I like to jump. I like to jump high. I like to jump low. I like to jump fast. I like to jump slow. And those kids are jumping, and they're looking at me, and I'm saying, I'm watching you. I'm doing this. You just keep on jumping. And they love it. Yep. They love it. Books and Babies, great story time every Thursday at 10 a.m. This is for birth to 24 months. Sherry Pendergrass does this. She does an excellent job. She uses puppets and board books and just all sorts of fun rhymes. And they do a lot of lap set where the parents are working with their children. Just an early literacy event. And then, of course, Dragons Love Tacos. Thank you for letting me go over all of that. It's exciting. This is the fun part.
A lot of stuff.
Of my job.
Y'all are very busy over there.
We are.
Do y'all still have the passes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to Discovery Center and to SOAC. Smyrna outdoor activity community center. You can come, an adult can come and check out a pass for 4 children and 2 adults of either one of those for free. They can borrow it for a week, and then they can go and enjoy those 2 places, and then they'll bring it back and other people can enjoy it.
That's awesome.
But we do.
That's great.
That's awesome.
It kind of slowed down during winter, but I look for it to pick back up, and especially when spring break is here, we usually have a lot of interest. So we have 2 SOAC boxes, and we have 4 Discovery Center boxes that can be checked out. Good question.
That's great. All right, I guess we will move on to the next interesting item. Dumpster issues.
Wow, somebody had to work really hard on that.
That's impressive.
Wow.
I'm looking at that.
My very favorite picture.
Wow.
The only thing I regret is not going inside to get our skeleton and putting him on top holding a book. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
This was me driving up one morning, so excited, ready for work, and I look over and there's the sofa sitting on top of our waste bin. So I walk over that way, snap a quick picture, and then I think, I'm gonna look in the paper dumpster just to see. And if you will look down below, there in our paper and cardboard dumpster is a TV, an entertainment center, and looks like a, what is that, a dry vac, wet vac box. And there were about 4 or 5 different bags of garbage. What we have done or are doing, we want to add extra signage that says library use only. We want to put a sign that says 24-hour security camera in use.
And we're going to put a camera there.
Yes, and we are, and that's great. It's appreciated. And also I was noticing on our paper bin, and you can see it in the first picture, it is faded. It's not even where you can see paper only or cardboard only on it. So I'm going to go through Felicia, our purchasing agent, to get in touch with them and let's see if we can get it repainted and get that put on. We get a small check from them for the paper that we put in and the cardboard. And what's very sad is so many of our patrons do use this. They'll bring their recyclable paper and cardboard to put in, and it's appreciated. But when you start getting the other, it makes it hard. I'm not for certain, but I think our little check that we get from them may be about $30 a year. But it's $30 more than what we didn't have. Our next step, if this will not help, is to have them take the paper bin away because it is shorter, it's easier to get into. I am open for any and all suggestions.
It's a tough one.
It is. Do y'all have to take the stuff out of that paper? Y'all don't have to do that, do you?
Oh, we did.
Y'all had to do that?
Well, I say we. Parks and Recreation are fabulous. They have the maintenance crew also.
Good. Okay.
And when I sent the pictures out, I included David McGowan, the director of Parks and Recreation. And it wasn't 3 hours later that he had 2 wonderful guys over there, Kevin and Jim. And they actually took the sofa down, put it in a truck, took it to where it should have been gone the first place. Awesome. And they actually climbed in and got the rest of the stuff out of the paper bin.
Awesome.
Sadly, 2 days later, there was more trash in the paper bin because they thought we had cleaned it out for them.
Can it be locked?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well,
That was my next question.
Or a smaller type opening, or
They can't get stuff in there.
Well, there's 2 small openings on either side. So it's a possibility that we could, and they put the bar back up, and people will come and take that bar down and open it. Randy, who is manager or supervisor of maintenance, he said that there's a possibility they could lock it. I would need to find out when the paper bin person is coming so that I could be out there to make sure it's unlocked so that they can can dump it out, which I don't mind.
Okay.
If it'll help, I'll do that. The waste bin, we don't have a lot of problems. People will put things in it, but this is the first time we've had things on it. Different preposition.
To get that up there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Impressive.
I'm surprised it just would dumped on the greenway. It'd have been easier. It's where they throw everything else.
Yeah.
And
Edit that out.
I got tickled at some of the staff members because I said, what did you guys think about the sofa when you pulled up this morning? What sofa? Okay, never mind. So.
Digital photo to Photoshop some people on there.
Right.
I could have some fun with
Yeah,
this
we
photo.
should put some of the staff up there or something.
You know, you could show it at MoMA with a couple of them photoshopped on it.
Right, there you go.
I think that would be a good idea.
And their hat, and the cat in the hat.
It reminds me of Granny riding on the top of the Clampetts
Beverly
trunk.
Hillbillies. Beverly Hillbillies. I know.
We should have a contest.
It would cost more money. But, you know, if it continues, possibility of looking at enclosing it like, you know, the senior center is and in other places to prevent even access.
Locking gate.
That would be locked. Where people
The gate would be locked, so when the dumpster people came and stuff, someone from the staff would have to, you know, either give them the key or else go out and unlock it. If it continues to be, you know, a serious problem.
And that is true. And we would need to have a very tall, because I could see things being thrown over.
Right.
Yeah. But that is a very good idea. And when the building was first built, if you know where the shed is located, that was actually where the waste bin was supposed to be located. It was a fairly tight fit, and so when they would come to empty the waste bin, they would never put it back in, and it was kind of out to the side. And so when we needed the shed, we cleared that old fencing down and put it there. The way we have the parking lot now, we could put up a fenced area for that.
I mean, but it's, you know, that's more money.
It is.
But it's a good solution, and that's what I'm looking for from you all. Just some ideas of things that we could possibly do to.
Maybe when you talk to Felicia about either getting it painted or getting it swapped out with a fresh one, maybe have her ask if they have a locking model that the pickup operator would have a key to.
Good idea.
And that way it can remain locked and they can unlock it to empty it.
That's good.
Because I think they come once a month, the paper
Yeah, it's
bin people do.
not near as much as the other one. That's every Wednesday.
Right.
Well, at least our place is Wednesday.
And it's every Wednesday for us also.
It would help them as well, because they would make sure things don't end up in there contaminating their paper.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they might appreciate it.
Win-win.
Yep.
Absolutely. Locking model. I will do that. All of these are great ideas, and I appreciate you all thinking about it. And that's one reason I wanted to show you. It's interesting and a little bit funny, but very much sad, you know, because we want our library to look nice and neat.
Right.
And 2 days before that, when I came in, one of the trash cans, the concrete trash can that sits on either side of our front porch, was knocked over and trash was everywhere and the ashtray part was gone. And it was because that was in front of some electrical sockets that I think someone was wanting to get to charge their phone in. We have put lock boxes on the back ones to keep from having people sit around in the little areas to charge up their phones. They're welcome to come inside to charge their phone, and we actually have a phone charger system from Web Picker that they have lent to us. So I know that was after hours, but that was done. And then the day before that, as I was walking out to come to BOMA workshop, I'm going down the sidewalk in front of my office, and I look, and there is a dresser drawer, an empty dresser drawer. And I should have added those pictures, sitting right in front of the bush in front of my office. And that was done during the day.
Somebody's setting up house out there.
So they're trying to send me a message. I don't know. But, you know, we want the library to look good. We're very proud of this library and very proud of how it looks inside. And we want to keep the outside looking nice and inviting.
That's right. Yes, 100% agree. All right, any other comments about the couch?
I got some, but not.
Not for
I
this
still think there
for
needs
this
to be a
meeting.
contest for it, you know? You should just have some fun with it, you know? You know, who can Photoshop the best photo with it?
Yeah.
I want to see it. You know, our April 1st BOMA meeting, or the BOMA meeting is April 1st.
Oh, well, no.
April Fools. Not hinting at anything.
I'll send you the picture and you can do your thing.
I don't know how to do all that stuff. Send you Glenn.
Nope. All right, we'll go on to the next library board meeting schedule. Next meeting will be May 12th, 2025, then July 14th, 2025, September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we will open it up for any library board comments. If anybody would like to, anything to say, please speak up. We can start it this way and go this way, or.
I always want to tell you, y'all done an awesome job over there.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate what you do, and we really are very proud of the LaVergne Library and everything
Thank
you're
you.
accomplishing there. It's great things over there, as always.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We have a great staff.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to second that. Top notch. Thank you for providing access to our community and to our children and to the diversity of the collection that you have so that someone can see themselves in a book, so they can walk into our library and find a book that was destined for them. And, you know, any problem we have in this world can be solved in the pages of a book. So, community, never underestimate the power of a great book to change our world.
Absolutely.
Ditto on what they say. And I just want to say thank you for including the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in some of the shenanigans that goes on. It makes us feel included and loved also.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Just great job as always. We love the library. It's beautiful. It's a great place, and it's got just everything you'd want in there. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to echo what the others have said as well. I grew up in a town a little smaller than LaVergne that also had a wonderful library, and I was the kind of kid that didn't always fit everywhere else, but I always belonged at the library, and I think that's super important and amazing that our community has that.
Yes.
Agree. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening. It is March 20th, 2025 at 6 o'clock. I'll call the LaVergne Beer Board meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business will be approving the meeting minutes from our February 20th, 2025 meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Those opposed? All right. Our first order of business is an on-premise beer permit for Casa Grande Event Center located at 5185B Murfreesboro Road here in LaVergne. Is there someone here representing? So could you come to the podium, please, sir? Good evening.
Good evening.
And your name, sir?
Francisco Martinez.
Nice to meet you. All right. I'd like to open it up for questions.
Will you state your address for the minutes, please?
I'm sorry.
The address?
Yes.
5185B, Murfreesboro Road.
So open up the floor for questions.
So what type of venue is this?
It's going to be an event center.
Okay. What type of
special occasions like birthdays, kind of that. Big parties.
Okay. How many square feet is this?
The total square feet is 12,000.
12,000 square feet?
A little bit over, okay, 100, 2,100.
Okay.
Are you also serving alcohol there, or have you applied with?
Not yet. We applied, but not yet.
So you intend to? Okay. So are you open? How many days a week are you open? Or are you
We're
just
open from Thursday to Sunday.
every week?
Every week.
Okay.
Are you going to allow outside alcohol to be brought in, to be
No.
served?
No.
How are you going to control your sales?
I'm gonna have somebody that's gonna help me do that.
But the carding, do you have a training program, or are you carding each individual person that orders a drink? Or
No, we have some people that know how to do the mixes and all the drinks and stuff. So.
So it's going to be table service and or an open bar, or?
Open bar, yeah.
Open bar, okay.
So you're going to have licensed bartenders?
Yes.
How are y'all going to control to keep the people that are in attendance from going outside with the alcohol?
We're gonna have security.
Okay, that was my next question, is if you were going to have security there of some
Yes.
type.
How are y'all going to handle with the minors and stuff?
We're gonna ask for ID. I mean, we're not gonna allow the people that are underage to have any drinks.
How many people do y'all host with that space?
It's 285.
And how many people are you going to have checking IDs?
You mean how many people that are gonna check in?
The bartenders.
I mean, no more than that. I know that. But, I mean, I don't know.
How many bartenders are you going to have for, say, the 200?
2 on each bar. We got 2 bars.
Okay. Are you going to have servers there?
Yes.
So will the servers be checking for IDs?
Yes.
You know how many servers you're going to have?
Right now, we started with 2, but we might need more.
I would say so.
You have 285 people?
Yeah.
I would think so, too.
Yeah.
And what kind of training program are you going to have for them?
Well, they have to take the class to get the ABC card. And I have a friend of mine that he knows all about that, so he's going to teach and training how to handle that.
Any other?
And you'll have security there every event?
Yes.
Okay.
No further questions. I'll open the floor for a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I second.
Second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Yep,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and our next order of business is an off-premise beer permit application, change of ownership for City Slickers, located at 5410 Murfreesboro Road. Do we have a representative here for Slickers? Who's, Mr. Patel, are you the applicant on here?
Actually, my son.
Okay. Can you state your name and your address for us, please?
Kevin Patel, 3210 Barksdale Circle, LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086.
Okay. Thank you. And this is just a change of ownership? Is it?
Purchasing.
You're purchasing the business?
Not me, my son.
Your son is purchasing it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, open the floor for questions.
Will there be any changes from the current operations that it's running right now?
I mean, we will apply whatever we need to from the ABC board.
Right.
Plus, we apply, enforce the wine vendor certificate licensing for each individual cashiers, and everybody has to go through.
So you're keeping the same staff? You're not changing anything? Or?
We're gonna keep the same staff if they stay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. This is just a change of ownership.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, do you have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. No further business. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Okay, meeting's adjourned.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This episode is brought to you by GSM Outdoors, whose vision is to preserve the sportsman's legacy, fuel innovation, and enable the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts. Think outside. That's where you'll find us. Now, make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got an awesome show lined up for you today. It's a little bit different. We got a musical artist here with us today, but it's going to be a little different than what we're used to, Don.
Yeah. Hey, we are in Nashville, you know? I mean, there's music all around us. Why not take advantage of it?
I think so. Well, we'll leave the suspense going. I want you to introduce the radio station.
Yeah, WBMC McMinnville. You can hear Wildcast from 12:30 to 1 on Sundays, and we appreciate them. 960 AM, and we appreciate WBMC as well as our other radio station partners out there. There's about 30 of them across the state.
Yeah.
And, we appreciate them.
What is it, Memphis to Mountain City?
Exactly,
You can hear Wildcast all across the state.
Uh-huh.
And that is awesome. Like Don said, we do appreciate our radio partners. Appreciate you all out there watching and listening, subscribing on YouTube, subscribing on your favorite podcasting platform. I'll spit it out here in a minute. But, yeah, we just appreciate our audiences out there, and that's what keeps us going, keeps us energized and excited about this kind of stuff that we're doing. And today's all about the fiddle and the bow. I'm calling this one fiddle and the bow because, I mean, we're going to be knee-deep in fiddles, right? They're fiddles or violins, Jimmy? Which one?
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is. Violin, it has strings, and a fiddle has strings.
Oh, so now we know.
Yeah, so this is definitely a fiddle.
Okay.
For sure.
Great. That's the voice of Jimmy Herman. He is with us today, and he's knee-deep in music here in Nashville and travels all around the world, but he's also knee-deep in bow hunting and loves to bow hunt. So it's going to be a fun conversation today. I'm excited.
We'll have some fun.
Yeah.
Hey,
awesome.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we're fired up, and I can't wait to hear some tunes. Like I said before we started, this is going to be a little bit different because we're going to have a fiddle solo today.
Yeah.
Maybe no lyrics, but you're going to come up with your own there as he plays, you know. Well, Jimmy, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and just a little bit of background, and we'll dive into your life a little bit today.
Okay. Well, hey, like I said, I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm Jimmy Herman. I'm from Wisconsin originally, Trempealeau County, West Central. Grew up on a dairy farm. My whole family's still back there, crop farming.
Oh, awesome.
I graduated from a little town called Whitehall, and it's a population of, at the time, it was maybe like 1,400 people.
Uh-huh.
You know, like I said, everybody knows everybody, kind of things. Very similar to like where you grew up in East Tennessee.
Yeah.
You know, and we just grew up a lot of hunting and farming and playing music, you know.
Yeah. I bet you get a lot of calls from all your buddies that you're here in Nashville making big music, and you probably get a lot of calls back and say, "Hey, Jimmy, how's it going?"
Yeah. Hey, I keep in touch with a lot of folks back home, and it's, man, my friends and family and just the whole area have been a big support for me. Like
Nice.
I've been playing fiddle since I was 4. And my dad had a old time country and polka band. So I grew up playing polka music.
That's cool.
But I played, 4-hour gigs every weekend with him since I was 7, Like if you want to go professional, like being paid.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been professionally playing since I was 7. Really,
7 years old.
Playing 4-hour gigs, and they changed the name from the Country Gents to Jimmy Herman and the Country Gents.
Oh, wow.
And
wow. So you were the head guy.
I was the boss man. Not really at all. But yeah, so I'd play out, I played gigs and just so much community support, the support was awesome.
Yeah.
And a lot of those people are still friends today, and I keep in touch and go back and do radio shows or TV stuff.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, because my heart's, still back home.
Oh, yeah.
And always, it's, you can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy. So
there's always that special, special place or special thing about home, So getting back and
home's always home.
And you grew up in the outdoors, so we wouldn't be here today if we weren't talking outdoors. So tell us a bit about your background there, and you grew up hunting, fishing, and things like that.
Yeah. So my dad
farming, I guess.
Farming,
yeah.
right? You know, the woods, the creeks are all there. So my dad and brother, avid hunters and fishermen. I probably learned more from my brother. We're about 10 years apart, you know.
Oh,
so
cool. Yeah.
It was kind of like having two dads, really. You know what I mean? So they'd take me out and stand. You know, since I was little, I'd take my little compound bow, wood arrows or something, and shoot at squirrels. But yeah, I mean, I remember my first big buck I saw with my dad, like in these pine. I mean, I could paint the picture right now.
Yeah.
You know, so I was immediately hooked. You know, after experiencing that kind of thing. You know, and I'd go with my brother and just follow him, and you know, he'd teach me calling and rattling and all that stuff. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Those memories, they'll take you back. That's cool.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, and then the music transitioned you to Nashville. So
yeah, so like I said, I've always played music. Like I never put the fiddle down for a week. You know, since I was little, and playing in, you know, the polka band thing.
Yeah.
And then I got into contest fiddling, so I'd go like out to South Dakota every.
Oh, okay.
I guess it was during the school year, like in the fall or something, and compete in some fiddle contests, and then I got in a top 40 band local in high school, so I'd be, you know, I'd be out playing, because in Wisconsin you can if you're working, you can work in the bars.
Yeah.
As a teenager, so I'd go like during the week, we'd have like a house gig for the week, like say whatever, it doesn't matter, like up in northern Wisconsin. So I'd, you know, go to school, then drive up and play my gig, and then come back home and then go to school, you know. So doing the top 40 band thing through high school, and then I actually went to taxidermy school.
Oh, wow.
After I graduated high school, because I was like, I went to one semester of college,
like this isn't
up
for me.
there, and I was like, well, I was like, well, I'll do like some sort of music major or something like that, and like even just getting through the generals, I was like, this is not. They're not for me at all. So I made one semester, and I was like, I'm done. And then I was like, well, you know, maybe I should have something, you know, as like a real money maker, right? Because you know, music isn't really paying the bills yet.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, what's the one other thing I love besides music, you know, that I could do? And I was like, well, I love hunting and fishing, but I'm like, how are you going to get paid just to do that? And then the next thing, I was like, well, you know, taxidermists, right?
Yeah.
And up there, man, like. Whitetails that's where it's at.
Yeah.
We're in Trempealeau County, but the next county over is Buffalo County. And if anybody knows anything about Wisconsin whitetails, Buffalo County is the mecca.
Wow.
Okay.
Like in the 90s, huge whitetails would come out of there.
Maybe we need to make a trip there.
Yeah. Well, it's terrible now.
Oh, okay.
It's terrible. Don't go to Buffalo County. Don't go to Trempealeau County. I'm just kidding. So I was like, well, taxidermy. I could see myself doing that, you know. So I went to taxidermy school up in northern Wisconsin, and had a shop for a handful of years. And then I ended up meeting some guys that were putting a band together in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
And then closed up shop, moved to Milwaukee for a few years, and then was like, hey, I got to move. If I'm going to move to Nashville, it's got to be now. You know? So then I was in there down in Milwaukee for a few years, and then 2006, I was like, I'm doing it. So 2006, I moved to Nashville, and I'm still here.
Never looked back.
Still never looked back.
That's great.
Never looked back.
Well, we're going to hear a little fiddle tune from you today, but before we do that, I just wanted to touch on some of the artists that you've played with and toured with. I think it's cool to reflect on some of those.
Yeah, who was the first one? How you know, you get your foot in the door. It's tough when you first show up in Nashville, you know, not really knowing anybody and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it's all about relationships.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
definitely.
I mean, really. So when I moved here, one of my best friends that I had previously played in a band with was playing for this band called Ricochet, 90s country band, like Daddy's Money, that song, those guys. And he's like, hey, we just had somebody leave the band, and he's like, I've been telling these guys you're the guy for it. I said, sure. So I basically moved here with a gig. Yeah, I mean, I still had to like audition. Sure. So I got here and then went and met the guys, played, and they're like, you're the guy. And I think the first like real gigs we did, we flew to China. and played in like of all places, country like 90s country in China. Anyway,
And they love it, don't they?
oh man, they absolutely love it. And at the time, we played Ricochet songs, but they were all about John Denver.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All about John
It's
Denver.
crazy that
I mean, they're like, hey, we'll bring you over here and play, but you have to do like
Couple of
country
John
roads.
Denver
Oh
songs.
yes, you have to do country roads. It's like a monster hit over here.
So is that Daddy's Money, Mama's
My
Good
Good
Looks?
Looks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
more laughs in the stack of comedy. Okay, yeah.
Absolutely,
That's
song.
great.
Yeah, awesome guys, and so that was my first real gig in Nashville. And then let's see, I got a couple newer artist gigs after that. Like I made connections with record labels and management. And this was in 2006 was. They were still doing showcases in town, so a showcase at the time was a new artist would put together a band. The band would rehearse for 3-4 days, one of these rehearsal spaces in Nashville, and then we'd go to a club like say 3rd and Lindsley or 12th and Porter at the time, or the Rutledge. I remember when that was still open, and you just go play a set, and they'd invite all the record labels out.
Right. Now, hopefully they would all
They would show up, and most of them, I don't think they even showed up.
Yeah.
But man, I couldn't tell you how countless showcases I played with artists. So I got a lot of artist gigs through doing that. That was a great networking tool for musicians in town at the time. And then I got on a tour with a new artist. Her name is Catherine Britt, and she was going on tour with Alan Jackson and Brooks and Dunn when they were doing a duo headline thing. And then I played for an artist named Danielle Peck, who was on Big Machine at the time. And we played a festival in Wisconsin, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and we played at like 2:30 in the afternoon, which is kind of the bummer slot where the sun's shining on you, whatever. But Carrie Underwood was headlining, and I met her band leader there at that festival. I approached him because I had met him when I was still in Milwaukee. We opened up for an artist he was playing with at the time, and I was like, hey, man, I remember meeting you at wherever a few years ago. We got to talk and really didn't talk about anything, probably music-wise, really. And I didn't give him my phone number, didn't, try to schmooze him, like, hey, just in case if you're ever looking for somebody. Just talked for 10 minutes. And I was like telling Danny, I was like, hey, can we just stay for a little while to see Carrie? She's like, yeah, we can stay. So we watch a show, head back to Nashville. And then, life goes on. I'm doing whatever I'm doing. And then 4 months later, I get this phone call, and it's like, hey, man, this is Mark. I'm the band leader for Carrie. Hey, I met you at a festival. He's like, hey, man, you seem like a cool guy, and I'm pretty sure you can play fiddle. Like, Carrie's looking for a fiddle player, and he's like, you're one of the guys that came to mind. And I got your number through, I don't even know. I don't even know how you got my number, honestly. And that's kind of how that whole Carrie Underwood era of
So that was a good run too, right? How many years?
Oh man, that was almost 12 years.
Wow,
doing that, and we went all over the world several times. It was awesome. She was
that's cool.
She was awesome. The band was amazing, and we got to do some pretty awesome gigs.
Yeah, that is cool. Not many people get to be that one of their highlights, That's cool.
Not at that level, and to do the things that we did for that long, it was very, very special.
And so now you're traveling with Rodney Atkins, right?
Yeah, been out with Rodney Atkins the last few years, and we're doing like the Wednesday to Sunday kind of thing during the week, or the weekend, the weekend warrior kind of thing, like you like to say. But for me, it's great. I got 3 kids, and I'm married.
Yeah,
and when I was with Carrie, man, we had our first child, and 7 days later we started a tour, and I didn't come home for 56 days.
Wow.
So that was tough. And then we had our second child, because I guess after tour you're home a bunch. I guess then you just have kids. So right. So then after our second,
is that how it works?
Well, it did for us. After our second kiddo, 14 days later went on started a tour, but I wasn't gone for that long. But jump ahead to the Rodney thing, like for schedule wise, it's awesome because I'm home so much now too.
More time for hunting too. More time for family.
Hey, more time for the fun stuff. More time for the family and all that stuff. So being home and being a dad is, extremely important.
Oh yeah,
for me. So
that's great. Yeah, that's cool to hear too.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear a song. Because we want to jump into some hunting stuff too. So
Okay.
let's hear a little tune.
All right. Well, this one, let's see. This one is what is this one called? Oh, Otter in the Rapids.
Okay.
This is off. I wrote a bunch of fiddle tunes one season a couple years ago, and I'll just play it for you.
All right.
Look forward to it.
Yeah. Jimmy makes those strangs sing.
Strangs, yeah. Effortless too, man. That's
I can
just
do
amazing.
something.
Yeah.
It was fun writing that stuff. Like I said, I grew up playing. Those are basically like contest fiddle tunes.
Yeah.
Kind of like old standards, but kind of, like I said, I think I told you guys earlier, like I'd sit down for every day for, like 2 weeks, and I wrote a tune a day.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I've got like a double record probably coming out here in the next
Good.
year. So
Good deal. Yeah.
Of original fiddle tunes. So.
Yeah. Well, go look him up. Since I mentioned that, where can people find you?
Hey, probably the best place is Instagram. It's my Instagram's the Jimmy Herman.
The Jimmy Herman.
And I'm on Facebook too.
Okay.
Jimmy Herman Music.
Cool.
So
Well, go look him up, and you can just type his name in, and Google will find him too.
yeah.
All kinds of great stuff.
The hairstyles will be different for video and picture, but it's same guy.
Oh, that's great. All right, well, let's jump into some bow hunting, and we started chatting before the show, and I think we'll focus more on traditional because you went almost full traditional with your bow hunting, right?
Yes. I went exclusively traditional. Been hunting with a recurve the last 6 seasons or so. Yeah, 7 seasons. Yeah. I hunt just traditional exclusively, and it is a completely different experience from the compound.
Yeah,
hunting, which I love. I love it.
Well, what's been one of the biggest challenges with the recurve for you in this transition, and what kind of success have you seen?
Well, challenges, it's just getting them close.
Okay.
And I'm not even necessarily getting them close, but actually picking the trees, for stands where they're coming.
Yeah.
I can shoot targets like 30 yards is fine.
Okay.
But when it comes to hunting, like I want them 15 and under. That's just me.
And that's intense. That's right there with them. That's cool though. You're right there in the hunt.
Yeah.
That's good cardio right there. Get your heart rate up.
Oh man, it is nothing. There's nothing else like it.
Right.
There's nothing. It's like I said, hunting traditional. It's a completely different experience from hunting with a compound to me. But yeah, so I pretty much started killing right away.
Awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
And several of them have been right under the tree. They've come right in.
So you're in a tree stand or in a saddle or something like that?
Yeah, I'll bounce between a saddle or a tree, regular tree stand.
Yeah.
I'll always have my saddle on. Mostly because, you know, if I set up in one spot and whatever, if I'm bored or feel like, man, they're definitely moving over here. We all feel that way as hunters, right? Oh, there's nothing happening here, but I know over that hill where I usually stand, there's something giant coming right now. So anyway, if I get the itch, then I can just climb down and jump up there, and you're locked in, and it's super lightweight. Obviously, you're quiet
and quick. Yeah.
But I do like taking a regular stand out, especially if I'm sitting all day, because then you can sit down and be comfortable. You can lean in your saddle, and the saddle works great for a safety harness.
Safety harness, yeah.
So I like doing that.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so with a traditional bow, there's going to be some tuning and some conditioning, I would think, you know, especially for your body to be ready for that, to hold. And it's a pretty quick pull release a lot of times where there's a lot going on.
Yeah. I guess, you know, everybody's kind of got their thing. You know, you see a lot of traditional guys where they come back and then it's like this, snap shooting or something like that. Some guys aim like gap shooting, where they'll use the front of the arrow and figure out whatever their gap is for, you know, yardage. I shoot instinctively.
Okay.
So I just pick a spot and I burn a hole in it, you know, and just I don't take my eye off it and just release, and it goes where it needs to go.
Nice.
Of course it does.
Almost 100% of the time. That was a lie. But, you know, it's just one of those, it's just repetition.
Yeah.
It's your brain calibrates for, if your anchor point, if everything in your left arm or right arm hand is repeatable, then your brain can just calibrate for, you know, whatever yardage. I don't know how your brain does it, but it does it.
Well, and it takes, you know, you got to practice. You got to keep.
It's all about reps.
Yeah, you can't just go in the woods and make it happen.
Yes.
It's like playing the fiddle that does not have frets.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it is.
You know, it's a feel thing.
It is. It's just muscle memory and keeping things repeatable. It's like anything. It's like golf. You know, golf, baseball, whatever. You know.
Yeah.
So it's just repetition. But as far as like getting, you know, like I like to come back and anchor and hold it. You know, like I shoot more like shoot a compounder, really. You know what I mean? Like I use a clicker on it, you know, to save myself from a target panic kind of situation, or and definitely to know I'm drawing to the same spot every time. You know?
Yeah.
And that click, basically, when I'm out, got a deer, I don't release that arrow till that click happens. You know. But as far as like, man, you know, pulling 50 pounds on a recurve is a whole different ball game from pulling 50 pounds on a compound. You know, you're holding it all the way back.
Yeah.
So as far as conditioning, you know, there's a lot of pull-ups happening, a lot of dumbbell rows, those kind of things, just to get that back and the shoulders, you know, conditioned.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's something I'd like to maybe try one of these days. But first, I need to master a compound, I think.
Hey, I don't know, man. Like, there's like with compound to me, I'm like, there's so many gadgets. It's like the sight, the peep sight, you know, whatever. The biggest thing to tune with a recurve is get your knocking point right, so your up and downs right, and then adjusting your arrow for, you know, if you're knock left, knock right.
Yeah.
I like heavy arrows. You know, so the front, I put pretty heavy broadheads, you know, on there, but usually get a pass through.
Yeah. Speaking of pass through, and then we're going to run out of time, but I wanted you to tell your story of your son, his big deer this year. You got about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, so my son's 13. He's, like I told you, he's first year bow hunting. I was like, hey, you got to practice a bunch. He practiced. I was like, okay, let's go. So we got trail cameras out and checked cameras one day, and here's this giant on camera. I had never seen him before. Anyway, so we went out the next day. He didn't see him, and then the next morning I woke up really early, and I was just gonna go.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna leave Jet sleep. He's probably not gonna want to go. And then I'm literally about to walk out the door, and something tells me like, hey, go wake him up. Just see. I was like, okay. So I went, woke him up. I'm like, hey, do you want to go? He's like, yeah, I want to go. So we get ready, get in the tree, and I was calling and rattling a little bit. This was like November 4th or something like that.
Near the rut, I guess.
Near the rut. And we hadn't been seeing nothing. It was still early, but nothing was coming in. All of a sudden, and I'm in my saddle above, right behind in the backside of the tree.
Okay.
He's in a ladder stand, right in front of me, and I hear this crunching coming right behind me to my left, and I look up, and I can see the feet hooves coming.
Oh, wow.
And then I see the rack, and my first, I think I probably audibly said it under my breath. I go, "Of course it is," and it's that giant, and he's coming right under the tree, comes right behind me, comes out about 10 yards, and I'm like, "Draw." He draws, and I'm watching him hold, and I can't really see the buck, and I don't want to move, right? I saw the buck kind of quarter away from him, and go up, and I go, and I look at Jet, and he's holding, and he just lets it rip. Well, you see I saw the buck, he mule kicked.
Yeah.
I go, well, that's a good sign. And took off in the brush, and we get down and go find the arrow. It passed through. And he's like, it was a bad shot. I was like, well, where'd you hit? He said, kind of hit it kind of back. So I get him to tell me kind of how the angle is, and I look at find the arrow, and it's very dark red blood, which to me I go, that's a liver hit, because I've had plenty of those too.
Yeah.
And in my experience, it's like they're lethal hits. It's actually, for best worst case scenario, he made a great shot. You know, followed the blood trail, lost it after 70 yards. I was on my hands and knees praying to God. I mean, like audibly, Lord, please just let me find another drop, right? Yeah. Lost the blood trail. It got dark. Went back the next morning, and still couldn't find blood. And I told Jet, I was like, all right, let's get out, through this brush, and just kind of cover some ground, see if we can just find him.
Next day.
And so I'm walking through the brush, and I look, and I go, man, that log looks kind of weird. I grab my binoculars, and I go, oh my gosh, there he is. So I yelled at Jet. I'm like, hey, Jet, come down here. I'm like, hey, you go through this brush up here. I can't get through here. You see if you can see anything up here. So he got ahead of me. He doesn't know anything's up. I just grab my phone, start filming, and he walks up to it, and it makes me emotional because it was a big deal, right? And man, he just put his hands on that thing, and he's just a monster. It's a buck of a lifetime, really. For a lot of people. I mean, and it's for being from Wisconsin, seeing giant bucks. I mean, it was a big buck for even in Wisconsin. So that's his first buck with a whitetail. So he got to experience the extreme highs and extreme lows. So
that's a special moment.
Which is and he's hooked for life. I guarantee it. So.
Just like his dad.
Just like his dad.
Well, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I really appreciate you sharing all this with us today and being a part of the show.
Yeah,
and
appreciate y'all too.
I hope folks are enjoying it and have enjoyed it. But yeah, we'll have you back sometime.
Hey, appreciate that. Thanks again.
We may have to get out in the woods.
Love the music.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Keep coming back, and we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is April 1st, 2025. This is the public hearing and it is 5:45 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. The one item we have tonight is Ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. At this point, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come and speak on this, now would be the time. Again, one more time, if anyone would like to speak, now would be the time. Seeing no one, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing, and we will then start the Board of Mayor and Aldermen at 6 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is April 1st, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We will have Alderwoman Hobbs with the prayer, and I'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful weather you've provided today. Want to pray for safety for our city in the upcoming storms this week. I pray for protection over our first responders. Lord, please be with our staff as they work for the betterment of our city, and grant the board the wisdom and the courage to make LaVergne a better place. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First, we have approved minutes from the February 27th, 2025 workshop and the March 4th, 2025 regular meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we're going to move on to presentations. Michael Dietz, can I have you join me? And if you could get your team together.
Right, guys, come on up.
Everyone looks excited.
They're like, what's going on?
This isn't April Fool's, right?
This is not an April Fool's, and I'm going to... I'm also going to need Mr. Oakley to join us. So, we've got some people working their way in, I think, who are going to want to see this. So, first, before I read anything, Michael, you want to say anything about your team?
Yeah, sure, Mayor.
Get closer to the mic.
For me, it's simple. I'm the beneficiary of getting to work with these guys day in and day out. I see what they do on a daily basis. You know, not only do they respond to inclement weather, but they're the true backbone of our city of maintaining the infrastructure. They come to work, they have fun, they get along. We have no problems ever. Just very blessed to have them and call them a part of our team. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge everybody at Public Works, including Christina Wright, who answers the phone, and she posts things on social media, et cetera, after hours. So just thankful for the board for acknowledging what they do. Really appreciate it, and I hope the citizens see it as well.
Now, gentlemen, I've got one of these for each one of you, and it reads, this is a certificate of appreciation for your dedication and leadership throughout the recent winter weather events, and for always doing what is needed to ensure the safety of our roads for our residents and for our visitors. So from the board, from our residents, thank you. We appreciate y'all. And we do have a special one of these made. It's, hold this for just a minute. Come here for a minute, Doug. Come here, Mr. Oakley. So, gentlemen, y'all may know this name.
The weather bug.
So, this one is special to Doug the Weather Bug Oakley. So, again, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor No's not here. I'd like to just second everything that the mayor said. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. We really do appreciate it, especially it was so cold and miserable and the pipes were bursting and y'all were out there all hours of the night. We really do thank you for the time you take away from your families to help provide to make the city a better place. It really means so much to all of us. Thank you.
So moving on to departmental reports. Deputy Chief Hatcher and Mr. Patton, you can come up.
Oh, we have HR with
For all your hard work and dedication to the citizens and the employees of the city of LaVergne, you are now here deputized. A LaVergne police officer, take care of the report.
I absolutely will do this. Mr. City Administrator, I would like the pay for the Deputy Chief for this report for this evening.
For 5 minutes.
No, you know, I'm gonna graciously give this back to Chief Hatcher, who actually knows all the information, but I will keep my sticker of being a deputy, and thank you. But wait, there's more. Okay.
Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You have the report in front of you, both for the comparisons between the month of February and March, but also year-to-date, and also comparisons of 24 and 25. Some of the numbers are looking good. Some of them are still a little higher than I want. But each and every month, it's going to be a roller coaster ride, and there's not much, that we can do to prevent the crime. We're doing the best we can, but crime is going to exist no matter what. We do the best we can to thwart it and be there when we can.
Deputy Chief Hatcher, we've had several residents over the last month or so reach out publicly about some of the street racing that's going on, and it's regardless of the side of town. But can you kind of address that and ways that they can help communicate to you guys about what's going on?
Sure. Aside from the 311 reports that we get, which takes a little bit of time before they get read through email, if they're seeing these actions going on, immediately call. And if there's any danger or threats to the general public, 911. And we'll get there as fast as we can, try to take video if they can, be as good a witness as they can. That helps us out tremendously.
Does anyone else have any questions? I've only got one more. If you could let us talk to us about our new animal friends.
Yeah. Do we have the picture?
Glenn?
Oh.
Yes, we have the new Paw Patrol, Duncan, and of course Callie, our feline. They've been entered onto the role, and we're getting them trained up, and we're looking forward to seeing what they can do.
And she's part of that kitten catastrophe crew?
That could be. Could be.
Make sure they get lots of good treats.
Yes, lots of water.
And lots of water.
Yeah. And
Especially
shade.
when it's hot.
And shade.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
back to Vice Mayor No, make sure they get lots of water.
Yes, ma'am.
And food.
Apple
and,
water.
And, yeah.
Okay.
We want to make sure that Vice Mayor No is well represented tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
And please remember to bring the pets inside in the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're going to put that PSA out.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the fire department. Chief Beasley and Mr. Patton.
Mr. Patton, if you would. We've had a recent job posting in the fire department, and we would like to invite you to be an honorary member. No, I won't put it on your list.
Wow. Wow.
So, you know the speech.
Yes, the report is good. Fires are down, calls are up. Tomfoolery is at full exposure.
100%.
Yes, yes. And the fire is doing better than the police department. Did I say that correctly?
100%.
Okay, good.
April Fool.
He lost his pay. He has lost his pay.
Do y'all have any questions? Y'all seen the monthly report?
Thank you so much. And thank you, our new police fire chief, HR director, Patton. Hope you know how much we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Board, you guys have the numbers for the parks. I'd like to introduce you to the newest parks employee, Andrew Patton. Would you like to report, sir?
Go ahead.
You see 94 help desk tickets, 825 man hours devoted to those. Past events, March 7th was our first community-wide workshop at the multipurpose building. It is build a bird feeder. Upcoming events, April 12th is our Easter drive-through. That is from 10 a.m. to 11:30, or while supplies last at Veterans Memorial Park. April 26th, block party and the Touch-a-Truck event. That's at Veterans also from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. As of right now, we have 15 Touch-a-Truck displays and 39 vendors. That would be food vendors, vendors, food trucks, and games. Upcoming meetings, April 21st, Beautification and Arts Advisory at 6 p.m. May 19th, Park and Rec Advisory Committee at 5 p.m. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the library, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Is Andrew not?
Oh, he may, who knows? Mayor and Alderman, good evening. You have before you the March report, and very happy to say that our attendance and our circulation has gone up, so very happy with that. Want to get right on into some of the great programs that we're having. Tomorrow is Dragons Love Tacos. I know you've heard me talk about it several times. It's based on the book by Ernie Nolan, and based on the book by Adam Rubin, and then the screenwrite by Ernie Nolan. Murfreesboro Little Theater will be there at 10 a.m. for that, and of course anyone is invited to come and be with us. April is National Poetry Month, and I wanted to give you a glimpse at some of the talent that one of our staff members has. This is Mara Harris. Mara's been with us for a while, and she painted the tree and got that up and going, and then we have a great display of lots of different poetry books. It's National Library Week next week, April the 6th through the 12th. And I have a proclamation that I would like to read very quickly, if that is fine. National Library Week 2025 Proclamation. Whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn to new possibilities. Whereas libraries serve as a vibrant community hub, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations, connecting the dots to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening the entire community. Whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. Whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEAM programs, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime. Whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. Whereas dedicated library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Whereas libraries and library workers across the country are joined together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme, Drawn to the Library. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Donna Bebout, Director of the LaVergne Public Library, proclaim April 6th through 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. And during this week, I encourage all residents to visit the library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community.
Amen, and so moved.
Yes, very well said. And one last thing, Page Turner's Book Club. It's still going on, Saturday, April 26th at 10:30 a.m., and it's How to Age Disgracefully. Very good read. Do we have any questions?
Just, Miss Donna, what happened to the title of your
Oh, no.
at the very top?
It's Wheel of Fortune.
Yes. Whereas the bear always has shenanigans up his sleeve, at the LaVergne Public Library, you can now take the letters, and we should have the letter people tonight, to fill in for all of the different letters.
I think Andrew could help with that.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Absolutely.
Any questions?
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Now, moving on to a very much shenanigan-free finance department. Miss Danielle Brown.
Who'd you kick?
Me.
Andrew. I like your hair.
Thank you. The financials are included in the packet. Page 1 is the summary for February, year-to-date. Expenditures exceed revenues by $122,000. Sales tax exceeds the same period as last year by $225,000. Added the property taxes to the report. You can see we're at 95% collection. It exceeds last year at the same time by $175,000. The water and sewer fund, the net income is $3.5 million. If you look at page 2, it's a comparison of the general fund and water fund. Sorry, page 2 is the cash balances, sorry. The general fund has $33.8 million. The water sewer fund has $12.5, and in totals, with all the accounts, it's $67 million. Page 3 is the general fund and water sewer fund current year compared to last year at the same time. And then at the bottom is the graph of the water and sewer fund. Are there any questions?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And last but not least, we've got the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. I hope you've had the opportunity, if I could speak, to review our monthly report for March. One thing I would like to note is We have hired one operator, Andrew. We are fully staffed now. That's not a joke, but you could do it though. If I could do it, you could do it. And I also wanted to say our thank you is from Infomark and the water treatment plant to Mike's guys in the city, because when that winter storm hits and everything and we need to get to work because we got to be there 24/7 as well, you guys give us the opportunity to get there. We got no issues with that. So we send you out to tanks. We send you out doing all that stuff. We never hear any gripes. So we appreciate you guys very much. Anything else?
Any questions? Thank you, Danny. Moving on to old business. Second reading, ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding sinkhole protections to the Stormwater Management Ordinance. This received a favorable recommendation from the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2025. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. That motion passes. Number 6, second reading ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 1, Section 14-105 of, and Title 14, Chapter 8, Section 14-809 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Good.
Second and a third? Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 7, second reading ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we've got the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs, our second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Number 9, moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. A public hearing was held tonight at 5:45 here in this room. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Or Haas. Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 10, first reading ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 State Street Aid Fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 11, first reading ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance to amend Title 11, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding a new section 11-604 entitled Wearing Masks or Facial Coverings. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 12, first reading ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2025-07, a resolution to approve the land acquisition policy for additional real property interests needed for the South Waldron Road widening project. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. And then number 14, motion to approve an application for a certificate of compliance for an off-premises consumption retail liquor store, Nemisha LLC, DBA City Slickers, 5410 Murfreesboro Road. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to board comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just want to remind everybody of the Easter drive-through on April 14th. I believe it's at 10, right, David? 10 to 11:30. I look forward to seeing everybody out there.
Alderman Coates.
I went down to the library last week to renew my driving license, and the system works very, very well and very, very efficient, and I encourage the citizens to use it.
Alderwoman Haas.
Well, March Madness didn't pan out for Tennessee nor Kentucky, but there's always next year.
Thank you. I did want to remind everybody, echo Alderwoman Hobbs's comments about the Easter drive-through at Veterans Memorial Park, 10 to 11:30, or while supplies last. Get there early, guys, because it lines up very quickly. And thank you to everybody, because this isn't something that is just a parks event. We have police, we have fire, we have parks, we have streets, we have people from all types of departments, library, who come and help with this. So this is really a full city event. So thank you for everyone who's doing that. Do want to remind everyone, Aldi's is opening up this week as part of Uptown LaVergne. And so we will have a ribbon cutting on Thursday morning. We are very excited about that. For a city, we always want to welcome new business in. And then last but not least, just want to remind everyone about the block party Touch a Truck event on the 26th. We will get lots of information out before then, but it is always a fun event. Lots of kids blowing lots of horns for every type of vehicle. Moms and dads love it, and kids get lots of energy out. Do want to tell our HR director, and I guess we could put him on the board too. I mean, just to add on to all the other titles. Thank you for being a good sport tonight. We appreciate you with this. So
You're welcome.
And then want to tell Miss Ann Smith, thank you. We appreciate you and everything you do. With that, I will call this meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Budget Workshop. It is April 3rd and it is 5:41. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Danielle Brown.
Thank you. In front of you, you have the operating budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026, the general fund. We'll go over the revenue. That's page 1 through 5. On page 1, you have taxes. That's property taxes, some of the franchise taxes, the business tax, and then the local sales tax are the main streams of revenue for taxes. That's $30,093,283. But the current budget is $29,108,900. Page 2, you have your revenue from permits and state revenue. You have $436,000 in permits, and you have $5,086,980 for state revenue, and that's mainly from the state sales tax. Page 3 is revenue from recreation, and then revenue from the library. Excuse me. Recreation is $34,000, and the library is $500. And page 5 is revenue from court fines. It is $231,500. On page 5, that is, 4 and 5 is other operating revenue. And you'll see in total that's $588,500. Under that, I have the expenditures listed. There's a carryover from the current budget for state streets, capital of $6 million. So I have $3 million of that carried over into this 25-26 budget, sorry. And Bruce will discuss that when he goes through the capital process. So that, so $1,468,476 remain revenue over expenditures. Are there, so we'll go to, I guess, expenses. I've broken it, each department is a separate page. That's why there's so many, so I just thought that would be easier. Legislative, it's not much of a change. Then we have judicial. Sorry, I do also need to tell you there is a 3% increase in this budget. Next is city court. Followed by the city administrator. City recorder. Followed by the finance department. We have human resources. And just stop me if you have any questions on anything. The engineering department. We will be setting, with the new public works building, we'll be setting up an internal fund for that building. So all of the utilities will go to that fund, and office supplies and so forth. Thank you. We have IT. The next is the planning. We have codes. City Hall. Special census.
Hold on a minute, let me catch up.
Okay, sorry.
page you on, 20, 22?
22.
Special census is page 23 of 42.
Okay. Now, this is what's throwing me off. I got blank paper.
You have blank pages?
Yeah, I got a bunch of blank paper. I thought maybe I was being punished.
Jill's just stopped in her steps.
Okay, we're on 24, please. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And police is also on page 25 and ends on 26. Next, we have fire on page 27 of 42. That's continued on to page 28. Page 29 is streets. And it continues on to page 30. Page 31 is fleet, and it's also on page 32. Page 33 is culture.
Got a question for you on fleet. So, for the fire department fleet, that's a pretty big jump, about $50,000.
So we took the funds from the fire department and put those in the fleet department, just to make it easier. So we took $50,000 out of the fire budget and put it in fleet.
Okay, so it's still balancing out.
Mhm. Yes,
Same
sir.
money, just in a different,
It just makes it easier.
okay.
Instead of having to try to break down the invoices.
I think the portion that was in fire was kind of a backup area in case it went over in the actual fleet department. They would start charging it to the fire department. So now we're just combining that in the fleet department.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Correct.
Okay.
34 is Parks and Rec. And that continues on to page 35.
One question there. Number 265, repair and maintenance grounds. Looks like it's going from 167,000 to 25,000.
Yeah, I think we added some, I don't know if there's a capital project that was added into there. Right off the top of my head, I can't remember what it was. I think it was a walking trail rehab maybe, and then we added some walking trail lights into that. So that was added for last year. If you see that, if you go back several years, it was averaging around 20,000, 17 to 20, I think it was 17.5, 20 some there. So we have bumped it up to 25,000, but that was like a one-time occurrence when it was 167 or 145.
Okay.
Okay, next on page 36 is economic development. And that continues on page 37. Page 38 is the library. And that continues on to page 39. Page 40 is public relations. Page 41 is the debt. And the last page is transfers. So you'll see that $3 million on the last page to capital projects streets. And the current budget is $6 million. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
Just to reiterate, the majority of the changes are wages. I think insurance changed some in here as well, health insurance.
Yes.
Retirement also will change a little bit.
Well, yeah,
With
because
wages.
of the increase in wages, that's correct.
Yeah.
And then, you know, obviously, most of the items in the general fund or in any of the funds really for operating is just based on trends and then specific items that departments knew that they needed for this next year that are less than $10,000. Anything that's over $10,000 is on the capital item list that we'll talk about here in a few minutes. So as you're going through these, when you look at them at home or later on, whatever, keep that in mind. And if you have any specific questions about any of these line items, you know, feel free to reach out and we'll try to explain what is coming out of those line items.
When it comes to revenues, I know we've got what we budgeted and what it is year to date, but when you're looking at the trending of how things are going, are you looking at us exceeding what our budget was, or being short, or where?
Current year?
Yes, for the fiscal year.
We're right on target. We're 96%. Usually have a budget 3% in bad debt. These numbers are based off of the current assessment, property assessments. I did reach out and get the most current. So that budget number of $9.2 million is based off of that, minus the 3% bad debt.
Okay, so when it comes to this year, not next year's budget, but this year's, are you expecting us to exceed what we budgeted?
Probably on target, the $9 million.
Okay.
This $79,750 transfer to the senior center fund. What, is that more money we're going to get at the senior center, or what?
That's to pay the company that oversees the senior center.
It's 50 forward.
50 forward.
You got Steve all excited.
To be honest, I wasn't even aware that we paid him.
You voted on it.
I know, but I didn't think it was, when I say we didn't pay him, it was that much. I thought it was a lot of,
No, it's a higher price because we take care of the portion that the seniors would pay.
right. Just want to make sure about that.
Bruce, you probably don't have the answer to this off the top of your head, but all of our franchise agreements are current. We're not in a spot to renegotiate any of those, are we?
As far as I know, they are. Of course, you know, Xfinity is one of those that we've never gone back and redone because they now have a state, franchise and not just a city franchise. And I think we're operating under that at this time. But as far as I know, all of the other franchise, which there aren't that many, you know, I think they're all up to date.
And do we have one for, what is it, U.S. Communications? They're now doing internet and telephone service in the city?
I don't believe we do, but there again, I think they have a state franchise.
Okay.
But I can certainly double check on that.
Yeah, I know that they have a specific area they work out of with Middle Tennessee Electric. It's part of their company. But that may be opportunities as well. Anyone else have any questions?
Danielle, I do have a question. On page 6, you've got the operating transfer of $3 million listed, but in the budget, in the line item budget under transfers, you have that $3 million. Is that the same $3 million, or is it in there twice?
No, it's the same, it's in there. So we'll have to show it on the face of it to show that we're transferring that out of the general fund, the operating,
Okay,
or fund balance.
double check that.
So I just wanted to show the revenue over expenditures. And without that, putting that in there, it made it a deficit with that $3 million in there.
Okay. Guys, if y'all think of any questions when reviewing this at home, you can reach out to Bruce and Danielle. Just do not email the rest of the board, please. And who's got the next part, Bruce?
Next, I have the nonprofit listing. I'll go over that real quick. I think those are still being printed, but I have it up on the screen for you. This is the listing of nonprofits. Pull this over.
I can't see it.
I can't.
Yeah.
Where's Glenn?
This LASIK's coming in handy.
Where's Glenn?
So she's printing those. So Bruce, do you want to go? And then when she gets those, then I can go over the.
Yeah, we could start on the capital and then go back to the nonprofits. I'm going to be talking about this document, which is the capital item list, and primarily we're just going to focus on general fund tonight, but we will get down into a couple of the other smaller funds, but we'll wait until next week for water and sewer. So on the front first page there for general fund, you'll see the two areas highlighted in yellow. Those are carryover items. One is for the engineering and the other is for codes. The engineering is the ADA transition plan, which is required by TDOT. We've already started that process. We have an agreement in place, so we're estimating that $500,000 from this current year's budget will have to carry over into next to pay for the remainder of that. The codes department is the condemnation and structure demolition. We're going to transfer, I think, $29,000 from that line item in this year's budget over into next. So the total carryover items is $529,000.
When we can, do we try to recoup that from whoever the property owner is for
I think we
structural
can try to put liens on the
demolition?
property for that, but you just never know when you're going to be able to recoup it, right?
Okay.
So we're not gonna end up paying for that. I mean, we sell it and have to pay to have it torn down? I didn't.
Correct. If it goes that far, then Evan will put a lien, they'll put a lien on the property.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't the code's building.
No.
This is the property that is identified for demolition throughout the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just to clarify.
This isn't the codes building?
No.
No.
It says
Correct.
structure. Where's it at?
Structure demolition. So it's any home that is deemed unfit or uninhabitable that has to come down. If the property owner won't do it, it will go through court, and eventually with court.
Codes building.
No.
Buildings that have been condemned, houses or whatever.
Right.
That's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bruce.
There's a long process that all of that has to go through, and
Very long.
it takes a lot of time. So, and a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot to make sure it's all done the right way. We'll skip the fund balance item. We'll come back to that because that's part of a future portion of this. In green, we have three items there that we are proposing to pay out of our existing bond. If you remember a few years ago, we did a $17 million bond issue, which a lot of that obviously went to the new fire station. And then we still have, I think, $6.1 million left in the fund for that bond issue. So we're proposing the City Hall remodel. In the existing bond issue, which right now we're estimating at $650,000, and we'll talk about that more. The police station expansion, obviously, this is the planning, engineering, and architecture at $1.1 million, and we'll talk about that further. And then the third item is the Fire Station 43 remodel, which that process has been started, but it's not been approved by the board yet. We've put out an RFP for an engineering firm to do the design work for that, and we should be bringing that to the board, I believe, at the next meeting for that approval. So that is in process, but we propose to pay for that remodel out of the existing bond issue. So when it comes to the City Hall remodel, originally we had in the budget $1.8 million, and we have lowered that substantially. This is a tricky subject, okay? As you know, we have a lot of needs when it comes to projects. The two biggest projects being South Waldron widening and the Blair Road West expansion. And if you look on page 3 of the document and go down to Fund 311, Streets Capital Projects, if you look at those two projects, Blair Road West and South Waldron Road, if you look at the proposed, or the expected, I should say, expenditures for 25-26 and 26-27, you've got almost $12 million in 25-26 and just over $12 million in 26-27. That's obviously just over $24 million total. We don't have $24 million just sitting around. So we will have to do a bond issue for that. And a $24 million bond issue, $25 million actually to make sure we cover the whole amount, would be approximately $1.85 million, which we do not have in the operating revenues over expenditures. So that's why if you go back to the fund balance item, we're proposing to put $3 million transfer from general fund, which be from our reserves to the streets capital in order to pay for that bond issue, whatever that amount's going to be. So that being said, you know, we've got those two big projects, and there's a lot of discussion about the new police station, which the last estimate that we have received for that, for the third option, I guess is the best way to put it, was right at $40 million. And there again, we don't have an extra $40 million. And we do not have the capability at this time to bond $25 million for the two road projects and $40 million for the police station. So the police station is going to have to be pushed down the road. I don't know how many years, maybe as many as 4 to 5 years, so that we can get the two road projects completed. And I'm specifically not looking at Brent because I'm afraid he'll shoot me, but you know, I'm kidding.
Well, I haven't looked that way.
So, you know, the idea that we have discussed internally is for the City Hall remodel, is to bring a design proposal to the board to possibly move the remaining departments in City Hall, which would be finance, human resources, the remainder of admin. I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Court would stay here because of this room, and they have court in this room. And then Jerry would probably stay here because of being in the court room as well with this boardroom. But that could still be discussed and concerned later. We would still have to have meetings here because this is the only space that we have to have board meetings, planning commission meetings, whatever. But the idea is if we move the city hall buildings to the new public works facility, there's a big area upstairs on the second floor where we could expand and move the remaining departments from here to there, which would open up space in this building, which would allow for a Band-Aid, and I'm specifically calling it a Band-Aid. We don't want this to be a long-term solution, for the police department to have some additional space for the next 4 to 5 years until we can build them the building that they need. So I'm putting that out there. I'm sure Gary can answer some questions because he's looked into this more than I have, and I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot if they have questions. But, we need to discuss what the board wants to do so that we can plan for it accordingly in the budget. The other option, of course, is we do the full remodel to this building, which may be $1.82 million, but that does not give the police department any space until we can build them the building. And I have mixed feelings about doing this. When we first started the project for the Public Works building, we were accused that we were going to move City Hall. And that was never the intention, never the plan. And now we are faced with that possibility. So obviously, you as the board members will need to make that decision which route we go. And obviously, there could be some political, fallout from making that change. Shocking, I know. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out for discussion and get your thoughts. If we do that, obviously this number here for the City Hall remodel will change. And then the planning and engineering and architecture for the police station, we would have to put on hold for, I don't know how many years, 3, maybe 4, in order to, plan it closer to the time we're actually going to build it. Any
Gary?
questions?
Gary, can you come up here? And I want to preference the statement with if, because I know how people can be, but if the board makes the decision to utilize the undeveloped portion of Public Works, what are we looking at roughly as a cost? Because I know we're talking about, City Hall, and if that's in play, not doing the police expansion portion right here, but we'd still have an expense for building that out because it's a giant open area right now.
Correct.
So roughly guesstimate what that would look like.
I believe, because we wouldn't be adding any bathrooms, the sprinklers are already in place, so we're looking at under $1 million. That is a guess being put on the spot.
Okay, he just guaranteed that. Y'all heard it on
Bring
camera.
it up, I'll sign it, let's do this thing. I'm about to retire anyway.
Cal's on vacation watching this, clutching his pen right now. That's my big question, is the money part.
So yeah, if you look at the full remodel for this building, you're $1.82 million, whatever it might be, compared to hopefully less than $1 million to build out the new area. You would still have some work to do to this building in order for police to move over here, but it would not be, as substantial as what we're looking at for a full remodel here.
And what's important on this building is we have to keep what we remodel under 50% of the building.
Mm-hmm.
That's what triggers having to come to complete compliance with all the new codes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it jumps from 600,000 to 1.8 million, because that's going over that 50% margin.
Okay. Guys, what questions do y'all have?
What kind of, out of the police building over there, what kind of offices would move over here? If that were to happen, what would that involve moving over here, or at least in your idea?
I would believe the CIB unit our Criminal Investigations Bureau would be certainly one. Bring them all, because we want everything under the same roof to the best of our ability. Because of communications, that separation causes a little bit of a challenge for us. I think we could expand a little bit on the communications center, bring records over here, and that would give them adequate space to be able to function and have a better operating area.
I get it.
Yeah.
You need time to think about that.
Yes, sir.
And I get it. So what do you think about if that were to happen and the police did that? People's gonna be coming in and out of this boardroom, courts, meetings, as far as any kind of interference with any kind of police.
Well, that would be blocked off. You would
Well,
secure off the area.
It would be blocked off. I get that. But I still want to know, there's still going to be noise. There's still going to be people.
So if we were to plan it out effectively, again, the boardroom would still be intact, and whatever separation, there would still be a receiving area, reception there. So even if you put a wall straight down on this side, to where you have reception on that side, which could be the records division, and court still right here, that hallway is still accessible, but there'll still be a wall partition there. So I don't really think that it would be affecting us in any way.
And getting back to what Bruce said when he brought up the word political, if this goes through, if it will benefit the police department at a minimal cost to do this and move that over there and maintain the police for 4 or 5 years, we're not up on this board to get votes. Yes, there's been some talk about that, but that's not what we're up here for. My next question is, I guess I was under the assumption that the Waldron Road thing we had already had that money and bonded it, and we didn't need a new bond.
We bonded a portion of it. There was a talk at the time of 2 bonds, doing the first half and then doing the next portion when we got further along in it, because we wouldn't pay interest.
$1 million out total. Approximately 11 million of that went to the fire station. Just under 11 million, I think. I don't remember the exact number, but it's in that neighborhood. So that leaves us with about $6 million, which is what we still have. When we had planned it, we did plan for a small road project as part of it, which, if we only use, let's say, 3 million of the bond issue money, we still have $3 million that we could put towards the road projects, to where we don't have to bond 25, we might have to bond just 22.
Okay.
These are all things that are moving parts, so it's all dependent on what we decide in the budget talks to what direction we want to go. So yes, we still have some of those bond monies available, and we could still use them for the road projects, but we could also use them for these, to where we don't have to pay for them out of operating or whatever, out of fund balance.
Is it common, is it common to bond only small portions of the project? Is that a common thing to do?
It is, because if you think about it, if we had to bond $50 million for South Waldron and Blair West, it's going to be a 5-year project to build both of those projects. So you'd be paying interest on that full $50 million for the 5 years, whereas if you do it in incremental parts, you're not paying as much interest over that same time frame.
Oh, okay.
So it is common that you split up the bond issues, but the board obviously has to be dedicated to finishing the projects that are already started.
So during this budget, we need to decide to leave things as they are, spend X amount of money to rehash this, or spend a larger X amount of money to let the police squeeze in and the rest of City Hall go over there?
While I'm not jumping up and down about this, Bruce he knows very well how I feel because he's heard it over the years. Because we took our lumps with a lot of, when we purchased that land over there. At the same time, there is a space needs assessment that was done back when Cena was mayor, Cena Mosley, and it showed the police department as an option occupying this building and eventually building a connector building between the two. That was part of the space needs, and some of that is where we got the wherewithal to start moving forward on public works, because that had a much bigger footprint than they even had land for over there. And if anybody needs to see it, it's probably out of date at this point, but it is, Bruce can get you a copy of it, but it walks through a lot of stuff, whether it's engineering and planning and codes, public works, talks about fire stations, the police station, and city hall.
Right.
So
we had talked about building a new city hall at that point.
Right.
And having the combination, with the connector building here for PD, and that was one of the big things out of that study, which obviously didn't get moved forward on.
Question for Gary. Understanding the 50% rule, being on planning, if we connected the two buildings, do you think that would exceed the 50%?
Well, there's a lot of ways to work around it. If you put a 4-hour firewall between them, then the new part would have to meet all the new codes, but the old part wouldn't necessarily have to do it. So and Joe can talk in more detail about this, but there's a lot of workarounds.
But at this point, we're not talking about a connector building. That's just, I mentioned that because that was part of the space needs assessment.
I understand. I'm just kicking stuff around. Obviously, keep on the 50%. And there was discussion, I think, a couple of years ago about you needed a fence around the back of the property. Did that ever get secured and squared away?
Would it?
No, has it?
Oh, absolutely not, sir.
That was a big issue a couple of years ago. That's never got accomplished.
Yeah, that's part of the design for the new police department. But again, I know Bruce said 40. I thought it was 43 million.
I think it's right at 40.
But if we go that route, we have to figure out where that money comes from, though, because Miss Danielle could not find that for some reason. I think Vice Mayor No took all the money trees.
So then going back to the bond issue, because I was on the board then, just for the other board members, the bond issue, the total we got to finish Walden Road, South Walden Road, was the money we bonded. As time goes on, the costs keep going up, up, and up. So my thought process is we need to concentrate on and get them done, because the cost of getting stuff done is just, indirectly going up so dramatically that to keep pace with it is tough.
Correct. The original bond issue for 17, I think it was 17 and a half, was only half of what we had projected. The second half bond was for the Waldron Road project, because at that time we thought the cost was going to be around 18 million, which obviously it's double that now. So obviously, like you said, the costs have gone up substantially, and will continue to do so.
I know it's not all at one time, it's in phases, but the $2 million that comes with Arbor Ridge, that was slated to go towards the road widening. Is that going to go to the general fund, or is that going to be earmarked for the road widening?
I don't remember exactly, and I don't remember it being quite $2 million, but we'll have to check into that.
If you look at the development agreement, we spent a ton of time on that, and I know Alderman Coates reviewed that, and Alderwoman Hobbs reviewed that quite a bit, the development agreement with Arbor Ridge. So,
Familiar with it.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on that. So I want to say it was $2 million.
I would have to look into that, because we've already received one of those payments.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure where that went exactly, so I will check on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see, because that was the intent with that board. And so I would personally like to see that earmarked, and that would help offset those costs, because that's how it was designed.
It was actually 300 times 3, it's 900,000.
It's 900,000.
I was thinking 900, yeah.
I was 2. Still, if it's 900,000, that's 900,000 more. That's almost $1 million.
Oh, I get it. And Bruce, going back to the calculations for Railroad West, the money, is that including what the developer that owns the commercial property that he's going to require to be chipping? Does that include that? Because it is about $1 million worth.
I have to defer to Gary on that. He knows more about that project.
No, the costs that are put in there are the total construction cost, does not account for the commercial developer.
The commercial developer, he's required to build his portion of the road, and that's about $1 million.
Yep, that's Mr. Hunn, and that's, again, part of that development agreement. That may be where I'm getting $2 million.
Gary, you're talking about the building code. Ain't you got no friends in the codes you can?
Not a one. They're just mean as snakes over there.
I got you.
So talking about PD, do you need more parking space also? I know that the fences were taken down on the front softball field for part of the expansion or whatever. What about additional parking needs and was mentioned up here, a fence? Would that be part of or could that be wrapped into the possibility of you all moving here and the cost of that? Or it might be a Gary question also. I mean, I'm trying to get a neat little package.
If the availability, if you would, if we are to come to this side as well with a breezeway connection or however we do it, obviously there's substantial parking in between the two departments, and then of course, if we need to have some addition, we have front, for employees that don't have take-home cars or whatever the case may be, our civilian or non-sworn positions. Now, with regards to any additional to the fencing or any of that stuff, that obviously, again, those costs will have to be based on bids out.
Okay,
And I
so
couldn't tell
not
you
a-
what that
not
would
a-
be.
Not a nice, neat little package, a one-stop shop thing.
Well, again, the intention was that we would have, the projection was hoping to have parking for up to 125 total over the course of 5 to 10 years, because we obviously want to increase the numbers as the need for our community and our citizens increases. So,
And then again, if this happens, would the front part of this be fenced in, or would that remain open, and then any potential fencing would be back behind?
This front part would be open because you would still have court up front and court in here, plus Boma in here, so that would remain for open parking.
I'm just trying to clarify where fencing might go and might not go, because,
yeah.
okay.
The prime,
I don't know if y'all remember a couple of years ago, sorry.
no, you're fine.
That when they started talking about a fence, it was when people were running cars into things and the First Amendment auditors were getting behind the building. So it was actually going to be like an iron fence, if I'm not mistaken, that kind of cut across the roadway here that had an automatic gate. So only PD could access the back.
Oh,
And that's probably been 3 or 4 years in the making. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where the fence came in.
Obviously, safety-sensitive issues, that's just, we're come out those back doors and we're wide open.
Right.
And there's nothing that would stop if we were to have a general, event either from West near Shreveman, from the Blues, from the apartments across the way, or anywhere in the back, because it's open access for anybody to walk through.
Right.
And if they wanted to take somebody out, it would be very, very simple for it to be done. And that's very distressing to us and for our safety and for our employees.
I mean, I'm not
No.
disregarding it.
No, ma'am, I'm just
trying to,
explaining it. Yes, ma'am.
If this goes and what future planning would be and
All of this would have to be planned out as far as, City Hall moving and moving PD here, and we'd have to plan what we would have to do to make it all functional and work the way it needs to. But yeah, the front parking would have to stay open because of all the public meetings we'd still have to have in here.
Okay.
So we can bring this back up in the next few meetings and just think about it and talk about it. I'm assuming that whoever needs to know before this budget year is up, so we can,
Preferably before we start voting on the budget.
that's what I mean, before we start voting.
Bless you.
Yeah, it's all going to be dependent on what you as the board decide to do, whether, as far as what we tell the employees that work here, as far as how we're going to proceed in the future. And of course, we're still looking at probably a year to 2 years before the design and the build-out would be completed at the Public Works facility. So it's not like we're going to move
Right.
July 1st.
And you think that if that were to happen, once that got put away, that it would suffice for probably 5 years for the police department?
I mean, it would be a Band-Aid. I'm not saying it would suffice. They're still going to have a lot of needs, obviously, because it's obviously not a $40 million new building that they're getting, not the full amount of space that they need, but it would hopefully hold them over some until we can provide them with what they need.
Would the new Public Works building become City Hall?
No.
This would stay City Hall?
Yes, sir.
So technically, we're not moving.
Why would we do that then? If all of our city, that don't really make sense to me that would be the new city hall.
It would be city offices. It's, you've got some cities that have city hall where you have some city business, which is what we would have. You'd have all your court process here, and then your Channel 3 and all your public meetings here. But then for your business offices, that would be over at the other building.
Would your office stay here?
We haven't talked about moving
We
on.
haven't discussed
I was
that
just
yet,
wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't discussed exactly
I
everything.
think actually that's, I've only been down there a couple of times. I think that's the way Murfreesboro is. They've got city hall, then they got city buildings and city offices. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we can just ask more questions, and I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of, I want our police to be, I want them to have room. I want them to be safe. If there's room in that building and it's not being utilized, I think it needs to be utilized. What do you think, Mr. Deeks?
It only makes sense to me, if you want to know my honest opinion. There's a lot of space over there, and I think the city can save money making that move.
They built you that brand-new, beautiful building. Now they're gonna take it from you.
Taking it over. Taking it over.
Oh, he's got a pretty wing of that whole thing.
Yes, he
with
does.
heaters and lots of storage.
And I would invite all of you, if you haven't already visited the building, to do so, because it is a nice building.
Except for the floor.
And the guys said that they were gonna keep the maintenance shop floor as pretty as it is right now.
Oof. Bruce,
Hey, that's what they said.
Bruce, for hypotheticals, would we bid out the work to a third party? Would we extend our contract with Barron to do it? Or, heaven forbid, I know he might throw something at me, but would any of David's team do the work?
I don't know that we could extend the Barron contract at that point, because we're still talking a year down the road. It's possible, I don't know.
We are looking at extending the architect. Same architect and doing a mod onto that contract, and that you'll be seeing that also should be in your next agenda. But it would be difficult, we're trying to close out the Barron contract because liquidated damages, warranty, everything clicks on, so to extend Barron would be contractually difficult.
Okay.
You'd have to rebid, you'd have to bid that expansion part out.
Okay, because I didn't know with the sprinkler system and everything Gary was saying was done, if that's something that David's group could do in-house versus another, going through another group.
I'm sure they could do it, but I think they would be overloaded with everything else that has to be done around the city. And it would probably be better overall just to bid it out and do it from a timeline standpoint.
That space, there's going to be HVAC work, that's very specific, and some adding sprinkler heads.
Okay.
Something to think about.
Come back to the police department. I had the pleasure of doing the CPA class in the early 2000s. Great class, highly recommend to anybody. But they were jam-packed in that facility then. So I'm, you know.
It hasn't changed.
I'm just so we need to do something for them. We need to act on that and plan ahead for it accordingly.
Is Captain Call still in the closet as far as his office?
Actually, I was in the closet. He had a bigger office. but
Okay.
I had upgraded to one just a smaller size, a little bit bigger than his.
Okay. And if y'all think that we're just joking around, they have, if you haven't been through PD, they have converted every closet, every nook and cranny to offices. So that's why I'm asking, is because that's the legitimate case.
Yes.
So
That's what I mean. If it's gonna cost us $2.5 million or whatever to put a 5-year Band-Aid on giving us the opportunity, or giving the city, whoever's sitting up here at that time, to maybe start looking at a new one, them guys, this men and women need relief. They need, cause you know, as the city grows and they get more police officers and
Bruce,
so on and so forth.
what kind of constraints would that put on departments that are moving over? Because that is essentially a confined area. And at least with the current plan of who's going over to Public Works, that was going to free up some space here around some of those departments. So what, if any, kind of constraints would there be with moving finance and HR and yourself over to that area? Taxes, I think taxes probably could go downstairs, but that open area.
Well, actually, I don't know if you've been made aware yet, we are going to go ahead and move tax over
Okay, I didn't know
now.
that.
So when water billing moves over here at the end of April, tax will be going over there as well, so that it's kind of a one-stop shop for your water payments, your business tax, your property taxes, et cetera.
Permits, all that.
Yeah, so that's going to go ahead and move. So all that we will have here from a payment standpoint will be city court
Okay.
after that.
So
As
what-
far as constraints
For
for the
department.
other departments to move, I really don't know of any other than people getting used to us being in a different location.
Okay.
What was the price tag on that Public Works building altogether?
28.
28,
With mine, it's about 29.
But we still have liquidated damages to figure out and everything, so that'll reduce it some, not a ton, but some. So,
Do you feel safer out there, Mr. Dietz, than you did over there on International?
Absolutely. And
Huh?
I said, yes, sir, absolutely. And I can
Ain't
tell you,
nothing falling in on your head or anything?
no, sir, we was actually over there wrapping up this afternoon, moving some of the last bit of our things when we got that tornado warning. So I was thinking, man, I wish I was at the new building right now. So,
It's got a shelter in it, don't it? Didn't I see a shelter?
No, there's no actual shelter, but the Public Works break room is completely, no windows, completely interior to the building, and there's lots of space completely interior to the buildings.
Okay.
Michael, are you going to miss how that building used to sway in the wind?
not gonna miss that, but I will miss some things, I won't lie. We had some good memories in that building, but definitely like the new facility.
All right, so there's lots to think about.
So the condition of the current PD building, would it, a Band-Aid suffice, or the current PD building is good?
The current PD building will probably not fall over in the next 5 years.
knock on
And
wood.
that's about all I can say. I've been through it several times, and they've taken a great, considering how old it is, the police department has gotten maximum utilization and taken really good care of it, but it is an old building.
Was it 85?
89.
89. So
It's
just
4 years younger than what?
This building was built in 84.
okay.
And
So
before that was built, Andrew's office was the police department.
yes.
The whole back area, yeah.
There used to be a shower where Annie was.
Where tax department is now was where dispatch was.
do. I know Bruce mentioned about like the politics of this, and I'm not up here to really get votes either, but I do think we need to at least explain to our constituents, you know, because I can remember when I was running, everybody was all up in arms about the Public Works building, and they're going to move City Hall over there. I'm trying to remember what the big huff, the whole huff was it about, and I don't even remember.
I can give you the skinny. It was just something that started back in 18 and the property, and I voted against it. Jason voted for it. I didn't understand it. As it turned out to be something good. We broke ground and moved on, but the people that don't like certain people on this board are going to bring stuff up, and it's just going to be like that. But when it comes to doing for these employees, especially police, if it will benefit, then we will have, if it goes through, we'll have to listen to that. I told you it was going to be City Hall. I told you it was going to be City Hall. But hopefully there'll be a few of them. This is on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean,
listen to this discussion.
I didn't vote for a lot of public works stuff, but my concern was more just the financials of it. We had pending litigation that seemed to work out fine at the time, but I mean, it could have went really sideways on us. So I wasn't completely for public works since my time on this board, but I mean, now that the building's there and there's space available, it seems kind of silly not to do that.
That's a great
So I'm going to ask a hypothetical.
If.
I want everyone to understand this is an if. I'm not asking for this, and Danielle or Bruce can weigh in on this. If the board decided not to go this route and decided it wanted to build a $40 million police station now, what kind of tax increase would you be looking at on not just our residents, but on ourselves? How bad is it? Because if we're talking about communicating to the public about this, I think it's fair to you communicate both sides of it. I know I talk to a lot of people about wanting, whether it's tornado sirens, Old Nashville Highway widened today, Fergus widened today. Every time I mention we're going to have to do a large property tax increase, the statement is 9 times out of 10, oh no, the road is fine.
Right.
We're good.
Agree.
So, Bruce?
Well, I've had this conversation with Bruce a couple of times, but he seems to want to ignore me, but
as do all of us.
I don't know about that.
Used to, back in the day, I heard that there was a big money tree out back.
Yeah, I wish. If you want to fund, let's just say $25 million for South Waldron and Blair West, in addition to $40 million for the new police station. So you're looking at $65 million that you're wanting to bond out. The cost per million for a bond issue is roughly $75,000 per year in bond payments and principal and interest. So you're looking at an estimated annual bond payment of $4.8 million, almost $5 million. The property tax increase needed to fund just that bond issue would be right at 29 cents. We're currently at 53.63 cents. You add another 29 cents to that, you're at, what, 82 cents?
And I don't think anyone on the board other than myself and probably Alderman Coates were really floating around board meetings, just because Graham's been floating around as long as Bruce has been employed pretty much. But I can remember whenever they did, when Mayor Mosley did the 50 cents increase, and that was an uproar in this community. It's the most packed I've ever seen the boardroom in my life.
And it was needed. It had to be.
But I like to get all the information, so that's why I was asking.
Well, and I've told this board before, I'll say it again. At some point, you've got to look at a property tax increase.
Right, when's the last time we did that?
Well, the last time we increased it was 2011, and it went from 50 cents to $1. And then I think in 2015, we lowered it by 5 cents. In 2016, we lowered it again by 5 cents. So took it down to 90 cents. We've had 2 reappraisals since that time frame. So the certified rate brought it down more. Now we got the same amount of revenues, but the rate came down to where it's currently at that 63 cents per $100 assessed value.
Wasn't there one more 5-cent drop?
I think we only did it twice.
I thought there was one, because I was on the board as alderman when we did it was in 18, and we had to call a special meeting. It was Alderman Jones, Mayor Waldron at that point, and myself it was the last vote or it was the vote on the budget.
I'd have to go back and look. I'm thinking there was only 2 times we lowered it. We also talked about lowering the water and sewer rates at one point, so I don't know if you're thinking about that.
I think because I made the motion about going with the certified rate, and I couldn't get a second, and then Calvin made the motion and Dennis seconded it, and I think that dropped it down by 5 cents.
I'd have to go look.
Well, let's don't talk about that, because with the way the economy's going, it may become a necessary evil.
Well, of course, we don't want to raise property taxes, but the reason I say that is our costs are going up every year as well, and we cannot continue to absorb the higher cost per year forever. I mean, we have for the last few years, we've absorbed it. Thankfully, we've had some additional sales taxes come in, which has helped offset.
That's what I was going to say with the.
But that's not always guaranteed. So,
with the additional sales tax and economic team working hard,
and what we're looking at, obviously, if we do the $25 million bond issue for the 2 road projects now, that's just to cover the next 2 years of construction costs. So for the fiscal year 27-28, 2 years from now, we're going to have to do another bond issue for the remainder of that project. So we'll be right back to talking about how we're going to fund that portion of it at that point. And I don't know if we'll have enough sales tax dollars to cover it, or if we'll have to talk about a property tax increase at that point. It's too early to know.
That's too far out.
Right.
But at least for what we're discussing tonight, we have options at this point. We have information. So
there's a lot to think about.
I would say and we haven't gone through the rest of this stuff yet, but whatever your decision is, I would ask that you email Bruce. Bruce, do you want them to copy Danielle or Kyle?
Both would be great.
Copy both of them. If y'all can email them at some point and let them know your thoughts once you have them together. And that way they will have the right direction to go for the budget when we start voting on it, to have it properly prepared.
And we need to copy Dolly.
Couldn't hurt.
Do you know Dolly's email?
Throw her in the fire. Get her warmed up.
Okay.
That'll be a good welcome.
Bruce, do you want to go through the rest of the capital?
Yes, sir. We can certainly look at the rest of capital.
Unless anyone's got more questions on all of that.
I'm sure I will have, or if somebody's watched this at home, they'll have questions.
And that's totally fine. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, and we'll get you as much information as we can. So as you go down through the remainder of the capital list, you got the different department requests. The city administrator, and we'll talk about this more in a minute, the Motorola radio replacement, that's proposed in here. Finance department for 25-26, we're looking at budgeting software, which we talked about last year. We'd really like to get that rolling if possible. It would make lives a little easier as far as putting the budget together and everybody being able to view it better. For IT, we're looking at a replacement vehicle. for that 20-year-old van that we've got that they
Glenn
use
loves that
now.
van.
So we're looking at a lease.
He loves it.
I don't know if he does.
He hasn't objected so far, see?
does?
Glenn.
Glenn. So we're looking at a lease vehicle for them. They need to replace the Laserfish server, which is our document imaging system. And then they're looking at the purchase of 50 computers. You may or may not be aware that Windows 10 support is ending in October, and most all of our existing computers will not run Windows 11, so we have to update a lot of computers and change out. So that's why that request is there. Codes Department is requesting a new Ford F-150 because of their additional positions and older vehicles. The Police Department, we've already talked some about the Flock license plate recognition system. Flock is currently, or they soon will be hopefully, installing the test system that we're going to try for 60 days. Once that test is complete, we've got to decide whether we're going to move forward with Flock or stay with what we've got. So this is the $60,000 for that purchase, basically, for that. So that's why this is in the budget.
Bruce,
Yes.
just so that we know, so with the existing system,
Yes.
what's the yearly cost on that?
We currently do not have a yearly cost on that because we prepaid
Okay.
the 5 years of service fees for that.
Just wanting to make sure we have worst-case scenario, so if
This should be the worst case.
So, perfect.
Yep.
How many years are left on the current?
1 or 2.
Either 2.5,
Yeah.
maybe 3.
But there's issues there, so.
Well, I was just
Yeah.
talking about.
Right. Fire Department, they don't have anything under facilities. If you notice, there's several sections here for fire, because Ronnie likes to plan.
Good man.
So you go down to the Fire Department PPE and communications at the bottom of page 1. You'll see the Motorola radio replacement, so I'll go ahead and talk about that. We need to replace, and Ronnie and Brent jump in anytime if you need to. We need to replace a lot of these older Motorola radios because the 7000 series does not have any support. You can't get parts or service or anything for them, and we have a lot of radios that are the 7000s. So if something happens to them, we have no radios. So the idea is to replace all of those radios. I think it's a total of 85 across the city. That's 30 for the fire department and 53 for the police department, 1 for city admin and 1 for streets. And that total cost project is $12,000 or $15,000. So we've split that between fire, police, and the police portion is on page 3.
Do they do that intentionally, where you can't fix them anymore? You can't.
Depends on who you talk to. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise. I mean, we've had those radios a long time.
Yes, we have.
So things just they don't function the same.
I've been on our third administration with the police department, and it seems like every time there's always a new type of radio that has to be replaced out. And that's how technology is now. It's designed to not withstand.
Right. So the police portion of the Motorola radios are under equitable sharing. That's $375,000. The $230,000 for fire is like I said, on page 1, and then you also have the $7,050 for city admin, and the same amount for the street department on the next page for that radio. So that's how that project would be distributed. And that's the only request for that section in the fire. If you look at the total for the fire department is $230,000, which is the radios. The street department, like I mentioned, this is on page 2. This is the $7,000 for that radio, And then Parks and Recreation are requesting 2 different vehicles, which both of these would be leased vehicles. They're both 3/4 ton trucks, one with a gooseneck, one without. And then they're also asking to replace the swing set at Veterans, which is $16,000. So if you add up all of the total new capital or one-time request, that is a total of $525,600. And then you get into the personnel request on the middle of page 2. Currently, we only have proposed an assistant city engineer, because like Gary said a minute ago, he's planning to retire. So we need to get
Vetoed.
somebody on board to
Vetoed.
be prepared to take that position over at some point in the future. We have 5 full-time patrol officers listed in here, and these would be hired January 1st. So this is only 1/2 year of the pay and benefits for those positions. And then under street department, we're looking at splitting a position between streets and stormwater. And so this $61,901 is half of the cost of that position for that manager over those 2 specific departments.
Bruce, can we hop back over to the fire department replacement for a minute?
Okay.
You can stay on page 2 with it.
Yes, sir.
So on here is to go ahead and order a new replacement pumper. And so if we do that, how long of a lead time is that, and what would roughly the cost be that we would either need to pay up front or when it's delivered?
I will defer to Ronnie on that.
The current lead time for a pumper, as we purchased this last time, would be no less than 24 months, and it could be out to 36. I would ask that we would do the same as we did last time, where we signed a letter of agreement. I can't remember what the terminology is.
Letter of intent.
Letter of intent. Yeah. And then we would, the good thing about that is when we sign that letter of intent, we sign that price today, not 3 years from now, or 24 months from now. So we're buying it at today's cost rather than delivery day cost. The ladder truck that's in there could be out to 48 months or more for delivery after order. There are times that the vendor that we have done business with in the city here the last few years, they buy spots in the queue, and so I can possibly grab one of those that's already destined to be made, but there's no guarantee of that.
Okay, not a problem. Sorry, we hopped over that, so I wanted to go back to it so that we can go from there.
Sure, and as you can see, there's several engines and towers that they're going to need to replace over the next few years, because we bought the existing 4 ladder trucks in 2006. Was it 14? Okay.
15? 2015 is when they were purchased, I believe.
Yeah, I think we got them in 16, actually. So, yeah. So obviously, they're getting some age on them, and we have to start looking at replacements for those.
I would say, this is, again, my personal opinion, but if we're saying that the sooner we get a letter in on this pumper, the better the pricing kind of is, that we do that sooner rather than later.
The pumper that we purchased at $600,000 is over $850 the last time I asked. The very same fire equipment.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, so I've gone over the the personnel request. The total there is $448,905. So when you add the one-time request to the personnel request, we're looking at a total for new request of $974,505, which is that bottom number on page 2. And this is all general fund. Of course, in that totals for general fund, you still have the carryover items, the fund balance items, and the existing bond issue, but that doesn't include any of the new stuff. And as Danielle pointed out earlier, we're approximately $1.4 million revenues over expenditures now. That's been adjusted a few times. One adjustment we still have to make is for the leased vehicles that were approved Tuesday night. Those have not been built into the budget yet. So that's approximately $50,000 per year. So that will reduce that amount some. And we'll have that ready for our next meeting. So for general fund, that's where we are. We've talked about the streets capital projects. We've talked about some of the equitable sharing. Yeah, I think that's really all that we need to talk about at the moment as far as general fund. Also in front of you is this document. It's the one-page sheet, which is all of our major general fund projects like roads and buildings, things like that. So as you can see, there's a lot of money on here. We've already talked about the Blair West and South Waldron projects. If you look over to the column with 25-26 and 26-27 fiscal year, you'll see the same numbers here that are on that previous document for the next 2 years. And then, of course, it carries out for the South Waldron for the 4 years after that. You also have on here the Advanced Traffic Management System for Murfreesboro Road and Waldron Road. That is a $2.8 million project. The city's portion is $280,000, something like that. But of course, this is a grant-funded project, so whenever that project gets started, we'll get billed for that, and then we'll have to file for reimbursement on that. But we'll get those funds back.
What is that? Them sidewalks and crosswalks and stuff?
I'm going to defer to Gary on that one again, because I don't
know. I've been waiting on that for 10, 12 years.
It is primarily the intersections, upgrading the intersections, putting in crosswalks, getting them all ADA compliant, and just all of the intersections running down Waldron Road and running down Murfreesboro Road.
Whatever happened to our sidewalks?
That scope changed after COVID and all the inflation and how much money they allocate versus how far it goes.
I don't even know what that means. Does that mean we ain't getting them?
It means the money doesn't match the costs to do.
So we're gonna get new crosswalks and.
Yes, sir. And the design's done, and they're in environmental permitting right now.
And hopefully that'll start this next year.
Yes.
Construction-wise, yeah.
Not happy about that.
No, we've been waiting on that.
It has been a while, yes, sir. You've also got on here, obviously, the Fire Station 43 renovation, the City Hall resident renovation. There's another project on here for overflow parking for the Fire Station 41, which would basically be across the street from the new building there, which, due to all of the events and trainings and things that we're having over there, we have found that there is a lack of parking. So that is a project that is needed. Don't know exactly when we'll be able to fund that, but that's on this list. Obviously, the police expansion.
Do we own that property across from 40?
Yes.
Whatever happened to that buying something there?
That was to negotiate with the church for the property back behind there, and that has not gone very far at all.
So the valuation that the church has and the valuation that the appraisal on it has is very different.
Really?
And so that's how it was prior to my administration and how it still is.
So the next line there is the police expansion. If you look at the construction cost, it's $40,725,000. Once you include the estimated engineering, Mayor, it does bring that up to 43. roughly, $1 million. You've got the Fire Station 44, which that's going to be a few years down the road. The fire training is probably going to become a public safety training center that will be combined with the police department. That's planned for down the road. There again, don't know exactly how far down the road. And then you've got the relocation of Fire Station 42, which there again, that's going to be several years out. So if you look at the total estimated cost for general fund for each fiscal year, you can see the high dollars there. And obviously some of that's going to have to be moved down the list for future years because we don't have the ability to bond that with our current amount of revenues.
Danielle, you and Dolly can't find $174 million?
I don't know, that fire department's bleeding us.
Tell me about it.
Just a comment. Just to comment on the rest of the board members, just want to, on there, it says Fergus Road improvements. Just want to enlighten you a little bit. I'm involved, obviously, with Smyrna Airport. Smyrna Airport presently is in negotiations with the military to move the operations at Nashville down to Smyrna. And so what's going to happen, or is projected to happen, is the governor has already put in his budget to for the airport authority to sell the property to the state, and the state would then lease it to the military. What that means for us is the military is going to spend $400 million on the operation. The airport will then have to open up the gate at Jones Mill Road. So people coming off the airport will be coming off to Jones Mill Road and on to Fergus Road. That will include tractor trailers. That will include a whole bunch of vehicles every day. So although this is in motion, it'll take a couple of years to get going. We need to start planning ahead, not spending money, but planning ahead for the road improvements from Jones Mill Road over onto Fergus Road. That's happening as we speak. That's starting to move forward. We need to plan ahead for that.
And Alderman Coates, that was one of the things that I had some conversations with Representative Desjardins with on my trip to D.C., and he was asking if we needed additional funding because they can pull extra DOD funding in to fund some of that. The big thing we have to do is this Fergus Road improvements isn't that Fergus Road improvements. This is where we've talked about double stacking roundabouts and doing some widening on that curve. I think with regards to that, what we need to look at is it's Jones Mill and Fergus, because if you have a tank carrier coming down, quite frankly, that's the road. If you have a tractor trailer coming down, that's the road for Jones Mill. And I very much doubt that today they can make that turn from Jones Mill, whether coming on Fergus or coming off of Jones Mill onto the road. So I know Deputy Chief Hatcher would love nothing to have than to have tractor trailers stuck there. And I know Alderwoman Hobbs remembers tractor trailers at Blair getting stuck, as I do, trying to find routes around it. So that's what we would have right there. And this is one of our major corridors for Lake Forest, the largest subdivision in the state, to come in and out of. So I really think that we need to get a plan together on those two sections and then get some kind of dollar figure and have another sit down this time, I would say probably here with Representative Desjardins, and get that commitment and get something put into the federal budget to get that moving as soon as possible.
So if something like that goes through, gets going, is that left up to us to provide a road for big trucks and things for the airport, or does the airport pay for that, some of it?
DOD or?
So the airport authority wouldn't, but obviously the intent would be is historically if we get the engineering done and be, quote, shovel ready federal funds and state funds would kick in, or could kick in.
When we talked about this a while back, you didn't tell me about the Fergus Road thing, but now that you brought it up, because somebody on this board lives on that, there is no way that two trucks can pass each other on Jones Mill Road. It can't happen. It's not going to. Two pickups can't hardly pass. And when you make that ride on the Jones Mill Road, them houses are right on top of the road. I don't know how that works. I mean, you'd have to, I used to drive an 18-wheeler. I know.
Well, this is the fun part of having an engineer or having an engineering consulting group, because we can say, figure it out.
All the way down through there.
Yeah, and that's part of it. But Representative Desjardins on board. We've got a great relationship with Senators Haggerty and with Senator Blackburn. We're going to go through in a couple of weeks, sitting down with as far as going through some grant opportunities that can help police, fire, and the city. But this DOD is an opportunity as far as funding, but we have to get our ducks in a row on designing it and figuring out a cost to design it and everything like that. Or just have Gary stay up all night and work on it.
And with my prior military service, military vehicles and civilian vehicles really don't mix either. So,
20 years working.
Yep. So, especially if convoys are coming out to go to annual training and stuff like that, it's, yeah, have a tank on the road? Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, if what you say is true, that needs to be, ugh.
It's what, 5 years off, Graham?
The budget from the governor for them to purchase the property is in next fiscal year.
No, I mean, as far as the actual army moving in.
So that is soon upon them purchasing the property, but we would estimate, 3 to 5 years this thing's happening.
Okay. Because they've got to take down some hangars, right?
Right.
Okay.
But again, they're asking the Pentagon for $400 million to do this.
Well, they can give us, we're not greedy, 20 million.
So, Steve, I'll get you on that subcommittee and you can go and
do the road.
I'll leave that one with you. Okay, so Bruce, Steve said he's going to go and get the money. Okay.
That's a tough one, man, because that's where I was. That's what I was doing, was trying to track down money.
So if you look at that line item for Fergus Road, it's estimated to be a 2.3, roughly $2.8 million project with the right-of-way acquisition. We've already spent almost $200,000 on probably engineering and design, and I don't know, how much of that will be usable with the new plan, with the idea of trucks coming through there in addition to Jones Mill. So that would be a whole nother scope that we would have to put out for proposals.
Essentially, we'd have to cut off the Jones Mill Road portion and look at that first intersection over by Miss Dottie's that everyone likes to drive through the sign, and then the curve, and that's what we were looking at because of where people go off the road so much.
Right, but now you're going to have to look at the whole road.
So, well, that's Jones Mill and Fergus.
Right.
So
we'll have to talk more about that as far as costs and getting the engineering work done on that. And Kyle knows more about that than I do.
And I'll say this: it's not necessarily popular because it's expensive, but we've got to do it right. We've got to put in the curb. We've got to put in the sidewalks through there, because we all complain there's no sidewalks in our neighborhoods unless we're in a newer neighborhood. Well, we're going in and doing that work. We need to do it the right way. Danielle's just sitting there going, "Where's the money for all this?" Bruce, you got more for us?
Not really. Obviously, the projects that are kind of in the orange, pink color, purple, pink color, I'll get it right in a minute. Those are projects that are currently kind of on the back burner because of funding issues. And so, of course, the safe room is, we don't know what's happening with that. More is going to have to be allocated through FEMA to make that possible. Old Nashville Highway is obviously a road project that's going to have to wait several more years before we can tackle that one. We've already talked about Fergus, the Sam Ridley connector, the Mason Road realignment, Hickory Street, all of these, we're going to have to put off for several years until we get some of these current projects completed. So it's all about timing and how we're going to pay for it.
It's all about time and money.
That's right.
That's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand. I didn't understand it for a long time, is people talk about infrastructure and it's hard to keep up with the infrastructure because it takes money to do that. And until some of the infrastructure gets built to pay for some of the roads and stuff, and you can't just do the moratorium like a couple of cities have tried. It's catch-22.
Well, and obviously, and we've had this discussion before as well, we didn't do anything for so long as far as building various projects that we needed. Now we're having to pay more to get those projects completed, so it hurts, and it takes more money now to build anything than it ever did before, so.
And we've been rolling hard and fast for 6 years on
would've,
land, buildings,
It would have been easier to keep up than it is to catch up.
Correct.
But you know what? We're gonna muddle through, weather through it, and people like Andrew take a pay cut.
We're gonna hunker down.
We're gonna hunker down.
I think Andrew would like to volunteer his time to the city.
Well, see, we really need to get him on the same plan Kyle is on. Our assistant city administrator, we rent out his office to him, the vehicle. He has to pay for the clothing, all of it. And if Bruce moves over to Public Works, we are going to be doing the same to him.
I don't doubt it.
I'll grab a box on my way out tonight and all set to go.
No.
No. I do have one more thing to discuss, and that's the listing of nonprofits. Jules handed the sheets out to you. And so I have the listing from 2020 to 2025. And then the last column is the requests that I've received thus far. There's a couple of them that I did email to see if they were going to submit requests. If you would like to see the ones that I have received, I have those here. And I can make copies or email them out to you if you would like.
I saw they built the forensic building. We voted against.
They've approved building it.
They've approved it.
Yes.
But we voted against sending the money, right?
No, Mayor Carr withdrew his request from all cities because he had already, before we had made a decision, he had already heard back from Smyrna and Murfreesboro that they weren't going to move forward with it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Hatcher, do y'all have much contact with CASA?
To be quite honest, I'm not even familiar with what that is.
Oh, never mind. They haven't requested for several years. There's Child Advocacy Center. This is new formatting, so it's taking a minute.
We normally have contact with the Child Advocacy Center.
Yeah, I can see them in here now.
This year.
They're in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's news to me.
Just again, different formatting.
Okay.
So the ones that are over here that's blank, that's not asking for nothing, you have those?
If it's blank, I have not received a request. The ones that I have received, I have those.
And they have until when?
Technically, the time frame has already passed. The deadline's typically March the 1st. But we'll have to check with some of these to see if it was an oversight on submitting, because I know Chamber of Commerce, Destination Rutherford, and Economic Development. I'm surprised that that's not in here.
It is,
Don't,
it is.
But don't,
Is it?
and I'm
Part
not
of it
being-
is.
I'm not being cynical, but there's some of these that's been doing this every year since I've been on this board. Do we just keep allowing them to do that?
That's our choice. It's part of the budget. So if you want something included or excluded, then you email, not the board, but Danielle and Dolly and Bruce. And,
But we vote on it.
yes, ultimately we vote, and a budget is put forward, and then we can propose any changes. And
'Cause I mean, I don't have anything against them, it's just, it seems like every year, it's the same ones.
And speaking of which, not next week, but the week after the budget workshop for that week, we will invite the nonprofits to attend and talk to the board. I just need you guys to let us know which ones you want us to invite to be there to speak. So when you send your emails to Danielle, Dolly, and myself, be sure to let us know if you want any of these specifically to be here to present to the board as far as why they are requesting the donation that they are.
Danielle, did you, I dropped off back in finance the EMA request with Rutherford County. Did you not get that?
Yes, I'll have to put that in here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we can't talk about this right now,
We
just to
can't.
get an opinion?
We can. That's the whole point of this.
Okay, so, Paul's asking for $30,000.
They asked for that last year.
They
And
ask every year.
And that money specifically is not for additional dog catching services. It's for the spay and neuter service. That's what at least each year they come back and say, and I think that's part of their letter.
What's the other cities put in, do we know?
Some do, some don't.
Well, obviously, we're not gonna vote and give them $30,000. I wouldn't think. But do we wanna give them something?
I can tell you I do not. We have issues with stray dogs, aggressive dogs. There were over by Rock Springs this past year where you had one dog that was hit by a car and one dog that was aggressive. So paws came out, they picked up the injured dog, left the aggressive dog, and I had to call back and say, do we just need to wait until a child is bitten at the school for y'all to come pick up the dog? And so they eventually came back from Murfreesboro and picked up said dog. It shouldn't take that much effort for animal control to come pick up stray animals that are loose in the community.
How do they do with you all, Michael?
I mean, we really just utilize it for dead animals, which.
Deceased.
Or deceased animals, thank you, sir, for the correction. However, they.
I got scolded on that one day on Facebook.
But that, to my understanding, they sub that work out. So we call them, they respond, to my knowledge again, they seem to do a good job in that regard. Haven't received many complaints, so we call them, they respond, within proper timing, I guess, if you will. But I think that's something we could look at, probably bidding out that services if we wanted to, or looking at different options.
Bid it out, who
Bid
does
it
it?
out if we needed to go out and hire a contractor to do that in-house versus going through Paul's. Because if we don't donate to them, they may not be as quick to respond to that service.
That'd probably be my only reason to wanna give them something. I mean,
Well-
I've called Michael several times about different animals, and Paul's has come out and got it, but I'm with you. I don't think they do a very good job as far as the other, but
And again, this is money going for the spaying and neutering program, is what it would go to.
well, that's what it goes to, but I'm sure that, you know,
They remember.
yeah, there's a word in there I'm looking for, and I don't know what it is. Remember is a good word.
I would definitely say, Bruce, I want to hear from Club Knockout. I'm familiar with their program, but we've jumped from 15 to 38 over the years, 15, 25 to 38. So that is a tough pill to swallow on a very tough budget. So I will reach out to Paul, Danielle, at the chamber, see if I can get you those other two numbers that you're missing. And I want to say GNRC had sent over a letter as well.
Okay.
And then I know RTA, we've got their amount in, and they did have an increase. That's RTA is the bus service that goes through the city. So everybody's getting pretty much hit. And Bruce, weren't you on that email?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you see that pain. You got
So what do you know about the special kids, the domestic violence?
I know nothing on that other than what's in that letter, and I plan on reading through those letters probably over the weekend at some point, because
I'll send these to you.
I was gonna say, we don't have those, do we?
she's got the hard copies.
Yeah, okay.
I usually sit down and just read through them each year, see what's on there.
All right.
So, and it should have everything in there, why they're wanting money, their financials, that kind of stuff. Show that they're a viable organization. So, and then I'm going to say this, and Deputy Chief Hatcher, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think everybody is pretty much well aware of what the Child Advocacy Center does. I don't see a need for them to come and speak to us about it. This is just me. At the same time, I don't see us not moving forward with the funding for them. So if anyone else feels different, they've spoken every year. I know I've heard it. I think everyone's heard it at least twice at this point. And that way it's kind of respectful of their time if everyone's familiar with it and doesn't have an issue with that.
No, I agree with that. I mean, there's some of them, but, GNRC hadn't asked for nothing?
They have. There's a letter that was sent over, and if you can't find it, I'll just reach out to them and get that amount. That's the the regional council for all of pretty much the metropolitan area for planning. And then the Emergency Management Agency Director's salary is shared between all of the municipalities and the county. That's an agreement that's been in place for years.
Yeah.
Health Department is the Health Department. The Chief of Police Association, have they started actually requesting the money?
I haven't had any communications to tell me so.
Okay, because I know that was mentioned in the past, back before Phyllis left, was that just about every year it was in the budget, but they never requested the actual check. So, just want to make sure that they do that if there's going to be money allocated. So,
I'll get on the horn with them tomorrow.
And I've looked through in Box 55, would they be in the nonprofit, or are they coming out of
Professional service.
professional services? Okay, I just wanted, because this would be the first year that they would actually be in the budget, so, okay, thank you.
I thought they had a year, and then we would look at it or something.
we had the agreement was to get to July, to the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
I thought.
I got you.
Ronnie, am I wrong?
We have a budget amendment to pay that. It was not budgeted last year. Is that correct?
I'm not
He's
sure.
asking how long is it?
Oh, how long? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It was, it's for 1 year. It begins in July.
So yeah.
I think it renews
It
automatically.
renews every July.
What about 50 Forward?
That would be.
That's the senior center.
Senior center.
That's the money you talked about
That's that.
earlier,
Yeah.
the 279 or whatever that is.
Chief Hatcher, I know I'm picking on you again, but DVSA domestic violence and sexual assault. Are you familiar with that group?
Yeah, their functions are, again, when rape kits and helping out with domestic violence as far as placements. If they need shelters or places that they need to take the families to get them out of their situations.
Well, I would say both them and whatever Special Kids is.
Okay.
We'd want to see, because this is the first time for them to be participating or potentially participating with any of this.
Would you all like to hear Paul's, or am I the only one that'd like to give them a little bit of money?
I'm not interested, but
That's why it's called
We should call somebody from office.
I can just tell you our experience with calls is not good. They never respond. We had a stray a couple months ago, tried to call them to come pick it up, nobody would answer the phone. One of our employees took it up there as a City of LaVergne employee to drop off a stray dog, and they would not take it because we did not make an appointment. So that dog came back to our shop, and a couple of our employees took it home over the course of, this was during the winter, until we could foster a home for it. That's just our experience with it.
Same story with codes enforcement cases, to echo what Dave just said, same thing.
It's my bedtime.
That's a lot of eye rolling.
any other questions on nonprofits? Okay, I think that's it for tonight. So we will reconvene Tuesday.
And I may or may not be here.
Call this meeting or this workshop adjourned.
Thank you.